my troubled history. This washed away all my sins, starting over once again. This is where it all begins, it's right in front of me. I feel like waking up, I've had this dream before. I take these 4 steps, go higher, go higher. I want an empty mind, walk down this lonely shore. I take these 4 steps, go higher, go higher.
This ball's crushed, deep right center. He almost hit the middle of the scoreboard. My goodness, did he catch that? You gotta be kidding me. What an unbelievable catch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Did he do it again? You bet.
We've got another tie game. One of the most
Clutch hitters in his career I have ever seen.
What a play by LeMahieu. DJ, what a stop, what a throw. Take a good look, you won't see it for long.
2-run home run, Charlie Blackmon. Goodness, is he hot. Home run number 42 for Nolan Arenado. It is a goosebump day. It is opening day. Charlie Blackmon, Carlos Gonzalez, they're ready to go. Number 1 for this young man, Trevor Story. And of course, Nolan Arenado trying to duplicate that gorgeous season of a year ago. Welcome everybody to opening day 2016. Chase Field the spot as the Rockies open up against the Arizona Diamondbacks. And an official happy opening day to one and all. I'm Drew Goodman along with Jeff Hewson back for season number 11. Ryan Spilborghs, we welcome to the booth.
Thank you.
In 2016. And it is always a special day. You know that as a baseball fan at home for the Rockies. They're embarking on season number 24. And it's neat because spring training just finished up 20 minutes from here, about 10 miles as the crow would fly. And I'll tell you what, this is a team that has a different vibe this year. And I know it's the time of year for optimism, but it felt a little different, didn't it?
When you stepped into that locker room back in mid-February, you could feel it. Guys were relaxed. You just had that feeling like, hey, I've got your back, you've got mine, and that's a special feeling, and I felt it carried over to today.
Well, today is a special, special day for one young man by the name of Trevor Story. Pardon the pun, but the biggest story the last 6 weeks down here in North Scottsdale was about the Rockies' young shortstop.
And what a great story it was. But this guy has had some hype even when he was drafted in the first round back in 2011, because you knew the promise that he had coming out of high school down in Texas, 45th pick overall. This kid had it. And he goes out there, 2,400 plate appearances in his minor league career, tore it up between AA and AAA. But how about spring training? There was a competition, there was an opportunity for him, and he just went out there and he ran with it. Tonight he'll become the 4th Rocky player to have his major league debut and also start on opening day. We see the other 3 guys on the list, but the other interesting fact is he'll be the first shortstop since Clint Barmas in 2006 to start other than Troy Tulowitzki.
Yeah, pretty amazing, and he's similar in size to Tulowitzki, 6'2", about 212 pounds. Folks, he is really strong, really gifted, and his journey begins tonight. Ryan Spilborghs, it was not all that long ago that you were down in that clubhouse, and we were talking about the vibe. For you, again, you were just there. It is a little different, isn't it?
It was different, and it came down to because of the starting pitching, the young starting pitching that's up and coming. We're talking John Gray, the Eddie Butler. He's starting to get passed by young guys like Jeff Hoffman, Antonio Sanzatella. They're expecting big things from Chad Bettis as well, but starting pitching only takes you so far.
That's right. They're not far away, but this team, make no mistake, is now Carlos Gonzalez's and Nolan Arenado's.
No doubt. As soon as Tulowitzki left, it has become their team. And when you look at Nolan Arenado, this is the day and age of the third baseman. Think about it. Josh Donaldson, MVP. Chris Bryant, Manny Machado. Nolan Arenado is probably the best of the 3. And not only that, we should start mentioning this guy. Walt likes to talk about it. Put him in the same category as Bryce Harper. Put him in the same category as Mike Trout. That's how good of a player he is. And we know how good Carlos Gonzalez is. Last year, beginning in June, he had 4 home runs. You end that season up with 40 home runs. That's incredible. A healthy Carlos Gonzalez with the Nolan Arenado Nolan Arenado, and you got some damage in the middle of the lineup.
Yeah, two special players who are raring to go. So the journey begins tonight in the desert. It's the Rockies and the Arizona Diamondbacks. First pitch is up next on opening day. Come on back to Chase Field with us. Couple people left helmets up there. Welcome to Phoenix, Arizona. The Rockies didn't have to get on a plane after spring training, just a short drive either across Lincoln or on the 101 to Chase Field to begin 2016. 24th opening day for the Rockies. It is the 17th time they've opened on the road. 5 straight years, in fact, they've opened away from Coors Field. And it's the 7th time they've opened up against their friends and rivals down here in Phoenix. And looking throughout the first pitch today for the Diamondbacks, the #1 receiver, the Arizona Diamondbacks, and Larry Fitzgerald. If you lined up all the great athletes in this town, Arizona Cardinals, I should say, if you line up all the great players in this town, Larry Fitzgerald's probably #1 in popularity. Did a rough poll. Paul Goldschmidt's #2, and Shane Doan of the Coyotes is #3. Walt Weiss, it's never old hat to be out on the field and be introduced on opening day. He did it many times as a player, and now his 4th year as a skipper. There's Charlie Blackmon. He's going to lead things off as we take a look at the opening day lineup for the Colorado Rockies. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines.
Charlie Blackmon, center field. Trevor Story, shortstop.
Carlos Gonzalez, right field.
Nolan Arenado, third base.
Gerardo Parra, left field.
Mark Reynolds, first base.
Nick Hundley, catcher.
DJ LeMahieu, second base.
Jorge de la Rosa, pitcher.
Well, the biggest acquisition in the offseason, perhaps in all of baseball, was the shocking news that Zach Greinke, would leave Los Angeles, and he signed for more than $200 million with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Last year, one of the great seasons in the history of the game, to be honest. At 19-3, 222 innings, one of the lowest ERAs in the last 50 years. The league hit 187 against him. You just ran out of superlatives, and he didn't win a Cy Young.
And he probably should have or could have, but you look at Zach Greinke's number. You mentioned the one that stands out is the 166 ERA, because the Major League lowest ERA since Greg Maddux had it in 1995. And he's going out there and he's just flat out dealing. That's why they gave him $206 million, 6 years, because all of his pitches, he's one of the prototypical fastball, changeup, slider, curveball mix.
You know, I faced this guy many times, and something you have to keep an eye on, and we'll watch it as the game progresses. Ace pitchers have another gear, and they have another gear when you see guys and runners in scoring position. We will see Zach Greinke start touching 94s, 95s when he starts seeing some traffic.
So Charlie Blackmon, who had a terrific year last year, back-to-back really good years. 2014, he was an all-star. Strong spring training for Charlie. He steps in, and the Rocky season is underway. Fastball on the inside corner at the knees at 91. And as Billy was noting, he'll work 91, 92 with the fastball, but then he does have that extra gear when there is traffic. And a sinking, looked like a changeup, a hard changeup. And it's 0-2, the bottom of the zone. Zach Greinke, 32 years of age. He becomes the 4th pitcher to sign a $200+ million deal. Price, Kershaw, Max Scherzer, the other 3. Here's the 0-2. And a line drive, softly hit the short, grabbed by Nick Ahmed, 1 out. Here's Arizona defensively, and we begin in the outfield, and they took a huge blow. Their all-star A.J. Pollock, broken elbow, will have surgery. He's out for a long period of time. He has Mike Tomas, David Peralta. So Chris Owens, who's really a middle infielder, he's in center field. Jake Lamb, Ahmed's really good defensively. Gene Segura comes down from Milwaukee. Paul Goldschmidt is good a player as there is in the game. And a great story from a year ago. 80 games for Wellington Castillo in an Arizona uniform as you look at A.J. Pollock in the middle. Castillo did a marvelous job with the D-backs. Here's Trevor Story. Can you imagine what's going through not only his mind, but the gerbils running around in the stomach right now.
All your at-bats, all your first, whatever it is, everybody can tell you what it's going to be like until you step in that box. And your butterflies are going, the adrenaline's rushing.
And he hits a 2-hopper to Lamb at 3rd. And you see the good speed. It's a fairly close play at first. 2 gone, and that'll bring up Cargo for his debut in 2016. Cargo, as Ryan Spilborghs alluded to in the open, really put his entire season together in 4 months. I don't know how many guys, Jeff Houston, can put those kind of numbers up when on June the 4th he had 4 home runs and he was barely hitting over the Mendoza line.
And then to end up with 40 home runs.
And almost 100 RBIs and 271 average.
You know what it tells you? It tells you what a special talent Cargo is. Because a normal person wouldn't do that, because they would be mentally beat down by, oh, I only have 4 home runs the first 2 months of the season.
But let's not kid ourselves. Cargo was as happy as a guy as you've seen Carlos Gonzalez in the clubhouse. He always has a smile. There was question marks for him. He knew it. He was saying physically, you know, you're trying to get through, break through, and be the Carlos Gonzalez that you normally are. And it took a month like June where he got so hot for him to really feel that confidence, get it back and go, you know what? I'm a superstar. I'm one of the best there is in right field.
You know, it's a 2-1 count right now. Cargo has great numbers against Zach Greinke. 360 in his career with 3 home runs. There aren't many guys that can brag that they're hitting in the mid-300s against Zach Greinke. 2-1.
And these are the pitches that guys go 19 and 3 and have a 1.66 ERA. Behind in the count, 2-1. You turn it over, you run it down and away from a guy that's looking to hit one into the seats.
Foul tips held. Strikeout of Gonzalez. A 1-2-3 start for Zack Greinke. We'll see Jorge De La Rosa take the mound when we come back to Chase Field on this opening day, 2016. Jorge De La Rosa, who was first signed by the Arizona Diamondbacks many moons ago, will face the Diamondbacks, a team he's 9-8 against in his career. Jean Segura in his first game as a Diamondback. Here's your 2016 Diamondbacks lineup, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, Los Bears, nothing to hide. Chris Owings will bat behind Segura, then Paul Goldschmidt, twice a runner-up to the MVP. Last year was Bryce Harper, of course. Wellington Castillo will bat cleanup. David Peralta, he's a terrific hitter. Yasmani Tomas, Jake Lamb, Zack Greinke will hit in the 8th spot, and Nick Ahmed will bat 9th. De La Rosa won his first game at Chase Field, Jeff Houston, last July. He was 0-7 till that point.
Well, and that's what you're looking on. It's his first start here after that last one where he's 1-0.
Well, and not only that, De La Rosa today on opening day marks the 7th pitcher for the Colorado Rockies to have 2 opening day starts. Other guys are Darryl Kyle, Aaron Cook, Kevin Ritz, Jose Jimenez, Mike Hampton, Jason Jennings, and Ubaldo Jimenez.
And Jorge would probably be working on his 3rd right now. Last year, he had that grind pull late in spring training, so he wasn't ready to go the first week of the season. And the fastball on the outside corner, a strike to Jean Segura. Last few years, Segura with the Milwaukee Brewers. In fact, in 2013, he was an all-star. He prefers to play short. He's playing second tonight, and they talked about a rotation taking place between Ahmed, Owings, and Segura up the middle, and then they got thrown the wrench when A.J. Pollock went down. They have Socrates Brito, who's a left-handed hitter, so they didn't feel like that was an option tonight. This is in the air to Parra in left, and he makes the catch.
And they were saying that it would have been Brito today if it hadn't been a left-hander on the hill, and Owings is the best athlete, so they thought they could run him out there.
Going back to Drew's point, you talk about Jean Segura, and Huey, you and I, we talked about this before as well. You have Jean Segura's out of position. He's playing second base, a position he's never played before. Chris Owings, who's going to be playing center field tonight, normally a shortstop, he's out of position. So you look up the middle for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and you have 2 guys out of their natural positions.
There's a strike on Owings. And when you talk about out of your natural positions, that's one thing. Shortstop, going to second base, Segura, he's worked there this spring, etc. You're talking about a kid at the plate. He's never been out there, ever.
12 innings. Yeah, 12 innings.
Yeah, the last two days of spring training.
Exactly.
That's it.
I talked to a scout prior to the game, and he said there was a catch that Chris Owings made 2 days ago, and he was in left center here at Chase Field and caught the ball near the pool in right center. So he covered a ton of ground, and he said as a group they looked at each other and go, you know what, I might be able to do it.
Well, you're thinking positively right now. And listen, he's a tremendous athlete. As you guys were discussing, great athlete. But that's a huge, huge blow to this team. It made a lot of moves in the offseason, losing A.J. Pollock for. And nobody's put a timetable on it, but when you're having elbow surgery and it's your throwing arm,
that's the difference.
I mean, if he comes back in 2016, he's done an unbelievable job with the rehab.
And you never want to see anybody get hurt. That's the bottom line. And then the way it happened, where it was just an innocent slide at home, and he was just pushing up to stand up.
Here's the 2-2, and that's pulled foul. But he had been out for most of spring training with an elbow ailment. So when you watch him come home,
just watch his right arm.
He just tries to do a push-up. So to me, that elbow, there was something. They knew there was an injury in there, but there had to be something seriously compromised already. All he tried to do was a push-up.
Yeah, and to see him then just try to push himself up and then just roll over onto his side.
Last year, Pollock put together one of those rare seasons of power and speed and great play defensively.
Well, I always said that Charlie Blackmon and A.J. Pollock were more or less the same player. Just one's left-handed, the other's right-handed.
Two and two on Owings with one out, nobody on. And De La Rosa gets a bouncer to short. And the first chance is handled nicely by Trevor Story. And we'll take a look at the gloves quickly for the Rockies. In the outfield, they're going to have a great outfield defensively and offensively. Parra, Blackmon, and Gonzalez. Nolan Arenado, Trevor Story on the left side. DJ LeMahieu, he owns the Gold Glove. Mark Reynolds, the former Diamondback, the third baseman when he was here in Arizona. He's playing first. Nick Hundley behind the plate. You remember your first chance?
I do, and you and I were talking about it around the batting cage today, and you know what it means to get that first ground ball out of the way. It is so unbelievable. You kind of break all the ice and the nerves, and then to get a nice two-hopper.
That was a nice two-hop. That's perfect drill.
I told Drew, but my first ground ball I took up, my hands are so stiff, it was so hard to throw to first, but once I got that first one done, felt like I could relax.
You could pick it.
Nice for Trevor to get that out of the way.
Curveball missed to Goldschmidt, and then he throws a cutter on the inner half, and it's fouled off 1-1 on Paul Goldschmidt. What makes him so good, Spilly?
You know what? It's how quiet he is at the plate. He allows the baseball to travel. I think when you hear that term, allow the baseball to travel, it means you're not going after the baseball. Sit back, you'll see him sit on his backside, and not only that, he drives it to right center field.
That time he let the ball travel and it got beyond him, and it's 1-2 count. A little extra mustard on that fastball from De La Rosa.
Now's when the split comes into play.
Well, that's a pitch he utilizes in any count. It's a dirty split finger changeup. Here's the 1-2 to Goldschmidt. And there it is, strike three, and a terrific start by De La Rosa as he matches what Greinke did in the first. Fly ball, ground ball, punch out. We'll go to the second. Root Sports is brought to you by your hometown Toyota stores. Toyota, let's go places. By American Family Insurance, insure carefully, dream fearlessly. By CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Southwest Airlines, transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. No score as the sun is setting in the Valley of the Sun. Top of the second inning with Jeff Houston and Ryan Spilborghs. I'm Drew Goodman. Welcome to opening day 2016. Nolan Arenado will step in. Unbelievable season last year, offensively and defensively, and then he had spring training.
And he struggled.
And he struggled because he just couldn't quite get his average over 600 for the month of March. Close.
542. Is that good?
542 is good in T-ball.
Every night he was going out, or every day he was going out there throwing in 2 hits. And not just little singles. He'll throw in some homers too.
Yep. 542 ahead of what Gene Segura produced. For Arizona, smoked up the middle, but Segura was on that side of the diamond. So the defensive alignment there steals a hit from Nolan Arenado, 1 out, and that'll bring up Gerardo Parra. Rockies fans, you can once again join in on the conversation this year. Send us your thoughts, photos, questions via your favorite social media platform. Use the hashtag Toyota Talk, and we'll get to some of your Toyota Talk comments throughout tonight's ball game. How about Jason Mott, another new Rockies on the DL right now. Let's go Rockies, opening day. Jason with a little bit of a shoulder ailment. Nobody thinks it's serious. He is still resting. He's not tossing a baseball just yet. Here's Parra. He got a big rousing ovation from this crowd when he was introduced in the Rockies lineup. And that's just off the corner. And it's 1-1. Working home plate tonight is Jeff Kellogg. Brian O'Nora at first, Alan Porter at second, and John Tumpain is at third.
Well, they gave him a rousing ovation because they understand how hard he plays the game. I mean, people appreciate that. He goes in, he'll play left field, he can play center, he can play right field. He'll do whatever it is and get his uniform dirty.
We used to come down here and we'd say, why is this guy not playing every day? It's like they pigeonholed him into being a 4th outfielder. You competed against him.
I did, and he was one of the guys that when we have these pregame meetings, you go over the outfield. It was always don't run on Parra no matter what. And I remember Dexter Fowler was like, man, you haven't seen me run. Parra threw him out 15 times.
Line foul.
Every time
There's always one guy that thinks,
I'm faster than that guy's arm.
Faster than the baseball traveling in there.
Dexter's no longer going to talk to you 15 times. Perhaps a slight embellishment.
I mean, that's what makes
Point
the stories
well
better.
taken.
Yeah, it makes the stories better if you embellish.
Threw about 100 times that one. Here's the 1-2. Zach Greinke is one of the best athletes in the game of baseball. He really didn't start pitching full-time until his senior year growing up in Florida. He was a shortstop. And those that have seen him hit know that he was a pretty good shortstop and a very good hitter. Fastball rides high, and Parra works the count. It's 3-2.
Well, there's also a story about him playing tennis when he was 8 years old. He went 50-0.
Really?
Yeah, as an 8-year-old.
That's a good record.
And then he just said, I don't want to play anymore.
He believes a scratch or plus on the golf course. The guy everybody hates.
He can just do whatever, pick it up, and beat you.
3-2, and this is bounced to Paul Goldschmidt. Well, there was another addition to that starting rotation. We'll see Shelby Miller tomorrow. They made a big offseason trade with Atlanta, including the trade of Dansby Swanson, who's the first overall pick. This is a college shortstop, first overall pick in the draft last year. He gets shipped with a guy who had a really nice breakout year, Ender Inciarte, last year. Inciarte starting in center field today for Atlanta, but Shelby Miller He couldn't win just because he got no run support last year with the Braves, but they're now 1-2, Greinke and Miller, in this reconfigured Arizona rotation. 2 outs, Mark Reynolds. Reynolds off the end of the bat, dying blooper that's going to drop. So the first base runner of the game for either team, Mark Reynolds with a single to right.
I want you to take a look at the shoes. Do you see much purple in these shoes? Mark was kind of joking with me because those are the flashiest shoes you're going to see on opening day, probably in baseball. And he said, you know what? If I'm only going to get to wear them once, might as well wear them on opening day. And he gets a base hit, throws it out to right field. So good for you, Mark.
And for those wondering, Ben Paulson hits from the left side. I've read all spring it's going to be a platoon of sorts. Walt decided on Mark Reynolds for a couple of reasons. Veteran guy, number one. Number two, Mark Reynolds had a great spring. Not that Ben Paulson did. Ben had a really good spring also, but he hit 347 this spring, and it was just a gut thing. So he went with Mark Reynolds today on opening day.
And that's what Walt said. It wasn't going to be a strictly platoon right, left. He just, managers have to have that ability to be able to call an audible and say, this is what I feel in my gut.
Absolutely. 1 strike on Nick Hundley. Hundley at 364 average against Greinke. 1-1.
Nick had a career high last year in hits, doubles, runs, and also hit 301. Never lose that from the back of your bubble.
No.
He and DJ LeMahieu both hit over 300 last year, identical 301 marks. 2 outs, Reynolds at first base. And Hundley bounces this one to Lamb. He's going to go the short way. Safe at second base. Reynolds, you remember back when he first came up, Mark Reynolds stole a lot of bases. He could run. He's a good athlete. And on a close play at second, Alan Porter said he beat the throw.
And listen to this. He'll make the call too. What hustle.
What shoes.
must be the shoes.
You're right.
They're going to have a look at it.
That's right. Show them off. Can't get them dirty.
Well, it didn't take long. Our first review of 2016. Chip Hale telling his crew chief Jeff Kellogg, I'd like you to look at it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the crew chief
Kellogg and Alan Porter, who made the call, will walk in and they'll take a look at it in New York, and we'll look at it right now.
At second base. The call was initiated with the manager challenged by the Arizona Diamondbacks.
What do you got?
Just see that one more time. To just see where
I
couldn't tell where the ball was in relation to his foot sliding in.
Looking at Gene Segura, Huey, you tell me if this is right. If you're playing a middle infield position and the way he goes to grab the ball, shouldn't you be trying to reach out
like
almost
a
like a first baseman?
Yes.
He looks like he's trying to turn like a second baseman turning to make a double play.
There's the inexperience that you referenced earlier.
I think he's safe.
I think he's safe. Oh, never mind. They called him out.
So a 5-4 course will end the top of the second. No score in the desert. Of inning number 2, here's our Office Liquidators series storylines. Well, remember a year ago, the Rockies opened up at Miller Park in Milwaukee, and they beat the Brewers 10-0 on opening day. They swept the Brewers. In fact, the Rockies won 7 of their first 9 games, 6-0 at one point on the road. And the last 3 Aprils have been very good to the Rockies. 43-34, third best winning percentage in the National League. The problem has been all the months after that. In fact, the Rockies have not had a winning month outside of April. You have to go back 3 years, 3+ years, to August of 2012. Wellington Castillo takes a strike on the outer edge. Former Chicago Cubs catcher, traded last year from the Cubs to Seattle. He was in Seattle about long enough to get a Starbucks, and then he was traded down to Arizona.
Yeah.
And a big looping curveball. One of the things Walter was asked before the ball game, is there any concern that De La Rosa didn't have a great spring? I mean, he didn't have a bad spring. It was kind of a mediocre spring. And he said, no, this guy's been doing it a really long time. It's almost like the back of the bubblegum card is pretty stout with glowing statistics.
34 years of age.
In fact, he'll be 35 tomorrow. Center field. And there's Charlie. One out.
And already from Jorge, we've seen all of his pitches. We've seen the split finger to strike out Paul Goldschmidt, the fastball, the cutter, the big looping curveball. And what's interesting about these numbers is you see 37.1% for the split finger. That's unusual for a starting pitcher. You'll see those numbers from a reliever, but very rarely from a starter.
You're right. And as a hitter, when you know that you're not going to get fastballs in fastball counts, you have to pay attention to the off-speed pitch, the splitter. It throws you off. And it's one more thing that you can get off your fastball. Even though De La Rosa isn't throwing the 93s, the 97s that he used to be able to throw, he doesn't need it because that off-speed pitch counteracts the fastball.
David Peralta, 312, 17, and 78 last year. He's kind of the forgotten member of their big middle of the order trio. We discussed where A.J. Pollock is. Paul Goldschmidt in a class almost by himself. But then there's David Peralta, and I think this guy's just going to keep getting better and better. And that's slashed the other way for a base hit. Parra up with it quickly. And that's where that terrific defense by Parra will rear its head. Peralta with a base hit. Peralta runs well. And if that's not fielded cleanly with the plus arm, some guys may stretch this.
But he doesn't with David Peralta. The way he stays in it, he's thinking double out of the box because Nolan's playing off the line. But then Gerardo gets over there and then stops any thought of him going to second base. The other thing I want to talk about the field right now, because we've come here later on, maybe in the summer, even in September, we'll see it. The grass isn't like this. It's chewed up. The heat gets to it. Now you're playing on it, and the field is nice. You know you're going to get a true roll out there.
Yasmani Tomas. And he takes low ball 1. From Cuba to Major League Baseball last year. I think when they signed him, Spilly, they thought they were getting a powerhouse hitter, and he's more of an inside-out guy that hits an occasional home run.
And no offense to DJ LeMahieu, but they have almost the same approach. We love DJ LeMahieu's approach. Second baseman, fires it off gap. Yasmani Tomas is really from the same mold, but not what the Diamondbacks were expecting. You're expecting a guy, when you go out and get a Cuban and spend all that money, you're expecting the power, and this is not what they got.
And he's a corner guy. First, this ball's lined to right, pretty well hit. Cargo going back, and it's over his head. Stopping at third base on the double is Peralta. Second and third, 1 out.
It was like
he went the other way.
Yeah, and it was like you heard what you were talking about, Spilly, that takes the ball the other way, but it helps when the ball is a hanging, breaking pitch. The ball stayed up into the zone and belt high, and allows him to get his arms extended and drive it over the head of Cargo. short hop in the wall, then Cargill gets the ball back in to keep it at second and third.
This is always an interesting situation for me now because the Diamondbacks are using Zach Greinke as their 8-hole hitter. Jake Lamb is coming up. First base is unoccupied. You could pitch around him to get to Greinke, but you've mentioned this. Zach Greinke is a fantastic athlete, and the guy can hit.
Well, and the other reason I don't think you'd even consider doing that is that you got left on left here. If De La Rosa can get Lamb without him, producing that run at third, yeah, Greinke's a good hitting pitcher. He's still a pitcher.
Well, and Jake Lamb last year, 190 batting average with runners in scoring position. But I'm just pointing out that there is a situation with the pitcher on deck in the 8th spot that you can't think like that.
Now, this is where you're hunting a strikeout if you're De La Rosa, Jeff.
And he's got him right where he wants him. He's got a check swing on the first pitch and then blew him away with the fastball that Lamb looked just awkward trying to just make contact.
Well, it's a split finger count.
Split finger, that puts the pressure on Hundley. You got the curveball that's an option. You can go back fastball away. I mean, right now, Jake Lamb's going, I don't know what I'm getting.
Which is why most guys hitting the mid 100s on 0-2 counts.
Yes, because you get yourself in 0-2 counts. You don't hit the ball the first 2 pitches you see.
Here's the 0-2, and he got him. He got him with the splitter. Huge strikeout. De La Rosa on 3 pitches, dispatches of Lamb. And now, when you do this thing where you hit the pitcher 8, Walt's done it. A lot of guys now have done it. It's an old Tony La Russa thing. There's a splitter. Instead of having a position player, and they'd pass on the position player with first base open and get the pitcher anyhow, but you have the pitcher in the 8th spot.
That's what you're dealing with when you decide to do it. You know you're going to have this, and then people are going to second guess you. But this is Jorge. You see the split? He's not overthrowing the split.
No.
He's just throwing it and making it come out of his hand like the fastball, not trying to torque it too much.
Well, I think in looking at the spring training numbers, and we've already mentioned they weren't great, but he was getting a feel for his split finger. He was getting all the field pitches ready in spring training.
Top to third, that's a foul ball.
Nolan picked that.
He was going to throw him out.
He was going to throw him out, but he's also looking at the seams when he got it. It was cut.
Greinke in 2013 hit .328, so he's no joke with the bat.
Nolan was telling me that him and Zach Greinke had a conversation, and Greinke believed that he could hit 300 with 20 home runs if he played at Coors Field. And Nolan laughed at him. He's like, bro, you're a pitcher.
Good block by Hundley, 1-1.
But you go back to the point about a guy that thinks he can do everything, which he can. I mean, he goes 52-0 on the tennis court. He can play basketball, I'm assuming. He probably reverse jam. I mean, I don't disagree that this guy really honestly believes he could be a hitter in the major leagues.
1-1, big chopper. Story's going to have a tough chance. No chance. I don't think he throws him out even if he comes up with it. We're talking about Greinke's athletic ability. Busted it down the line. And it's going to be an infield hit and a 1-0 lead for Arizona.
As high as this ball bounded over the plate and over the mound, it takes a soft bounce on the second one. It just kind of really just stayed down real hard off the front of the plate over the head of Jorge. You come in, and he just didn't field it off to it just didn't get underneath the ball enough. But watching it live, as soon as that happened, I looked to see where Greinke was. He was about 2 strides away from first base.
He was going to beat it.
Yeah.
So Nick Ahmed, who last year was all glove and very little offense, he's coming off a great spring offensively in which he hit .433. He's batting 9th, 1-0. Arizona here in the second. It's a game of baseball. Frustrating for Jorge. He made a great pitch, obviously, and then you don't get the result you were hoping for. 2-0. So De La's got to refocus. Lamed, a product of the University of Connecticut. You know anything about that school, Huey?
Just a little bit. The women are playing for the national championship tomorrow. I know that.
Who's doing the call on the radio side?
That game. Yeah, some young kid.
Kyle Houston. That's a busy kid. 4-year hockey player, and he's broadcasting the national championship.
Lamed also played with Mike Alt there. George Springer.
Boy, George Springer's gifted. This ball's in the air to center field. Charlie's got it in the inning. Single, double, and then the infield hit by Greinke produces a run. 1-0 Diamondbacks. We'll go to the third. DJ LeMahieu, Jorge De La Rosa, and then Charlie Blackmon. Fans, if the Rockies score 7 or more, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the following day. Do it between 4 and 6 to get your Rockies taco special lip moss at Taco Bell. And welcome again to opening day 2016. Spilly, Huey,
Drew.
We're trying not to, you know, we haven't done this before like this, and I feel like
here's Dougie back here.
And we got Dougie Fresh in the corner.
Yeah.
I feel like we're doing a good job of not, you know, we got good elbow space here.
This is very nice. There's plenty of room. Now, if we were doing this at Wrigley Field,
no. I wouldn't be up here.
No.
I don't know how he would do it. You'd be sitting on Huey's lap.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, thanks for letting me hang out with you guys. I appreciate it.
Well, we're looking forward to having you all season long. It's going to be fun. So here's DJ against Zach Greinke. DJ drove in 61, hitting all over the lineup last year for Walt. And he takes a strike on the inside corner.
And I think this is a good spot for him to hit early on. He's used to hitting in the 8th spot in the lineup. Not try to put Trevor there where it's a hard spot in the National League.
And a base hit to right field. So fitting that the first knock of the year for LeMahieu is to right. Well, you always want to get that first one out of the way, right?
Yes, you do. If it doesn't mean any more to the average, but it means a lot to the psyche. And he takes the ball the other way. This is classic DJ. Started it last year, carrying it over to this year. Really stays behind the baseball really well. And that's what you have to do to hit the ball the opposite way. You can't let your hips drift into the swing.
De La Rosa, this is fresh for him, trying to get a bunt down. This is all you do as a pitcher offensively in spring training, right?
Yeah, you have to be able to get these bunts down, especially when you're facing a pitcher like Zach Greinke, who's not going to give up a lot of runs. Zach's not going to make it easy for Jorge to get the bunt down. And you and I can see from up here, as soon as Zach throws the pitch, he is running towards the ball. He's expecting the baseball to turn around and throw it to second base.
Jake Lamb is, maybe in a softball depth at third base where he's creeping so close. I mean, look how close he is, about 75 feet, maybe even 70 feet away from home plate.
One of Walt's favorite plays is the slug bunt. And you have plus speed at first.
If you're going to do it, you have to show early like Jorge is and then pull it back.
He fails to get that one down, so now it's a 2-strike count. He'll get one more opportunity. Greinke's one of those guys that does everything well. He holds runners well. We know what he does once he delivers the ball to the plate. We've talked about his offense. Fields his position well. Fouled off.
Greg Maddux was like that. Probably didn't hit like Greinke. But how many Gold Gloves did he win? 18, 19 Gold Gloves?
You know who was like that? And you wouldn't think so if you remember the body type. Rick Russell.
Oh, I thought you were going to go Livan Hernandez.
No, I wasn't going Livan, but do you remember Rick Russell?
Yes. Yeah.
Rick Russell.
The Giants.
Right. He could hit. He could field. This is chopped over the head, and Ahmed falls down. It was over the head of Lamb. And Jorge looks back at Greg and goes, hey, guess what, man? I got a hit off of you. 2 on and nobody out as the Rockies flip to the top of the order and Charlie Blackmon. Hey, you know what? He was supposed to get the bunt down. He didn't, but good for him for getting the ball in play on the ground.
But even with 2 strikes, see where Jake Lamb is? This allows this ball to be bounced over his head. If he's even back 3 steps, he's got that. And then De La Rosa said, yeah, I'll go ahead and take that first knock of the year. Thank you.
He's going to hit 1,000 this year.
And now Charlie, watch Charlie lay down a bunt for a base hit. I mean, this isn't going to be a case where he squares around. He's going to try to push the ball towards third, make Jake Lamb field it.
Right now, Lamb is even, and there's the bunt. He tried to take it with him, actually. Spilly, you have in particular spoken so much about this situation, first and second, nobody out. I think to the casual observer, you think, oh, what a great opportunity. A lot of stuff can go wrong.
A lot of stuff can go wrong. Let's say you hit the ball on the ground and you hit it hard to second base, which technically you're moving the runner over from second to third. That's how they ask you to think. But that's a double play. Let's say you hit a fly ball to the outfield. One guy moves over. Jorge's, you're going to assume, is going to stay at first, still in double play depth. The only way to move both runners over is a walk, a hit by pitch, a hit, or you just sack bunt. And I'm in the thought process where you just bunt, get both guys in scoring position.
Well, now the Rockies are 0 for 4 trying to bunt the baseball in this sequence. And Charlie has to go into battle mode.
And now you really have to change your whole thought because you're thinking, okay, I wanted to lay down a bunt. Now I'm 0-2. I want to make good, solid contact now. So your whole frame of reference has changed.
He went fastball at 93. That was a reach back pitch, and he misses 1 and 2. And Greinke was trying to end that at bat with that pitch.
Charlie Blackmon ranks 6th all-time in batting average against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Manny Ramirez leads all hitters with a .411 batting average, so obviously he's not going to improve on that one.
And it's punch foul. You know, going back to you as a base runner, when you know a guy's trying to get a bunt down, you're trying to get that extra bit on your secondary lead. You also can get in that danger zone because catchers will backpick you.
And the shortstop's going to the bag. That's just the way you're taught. And so when that happens as a base runner, you have to make sure you don't get too much weight on your right leg. And you're falling more towards third. You have to still stay centered.
1-2. And now you're back even in the count. 2-2.
And now you're just feeling better now because you went from 0-2 to 2-2. You feel like you have a fighting chance.
Well, Greinke's going to nibble. I mean, he's the classic nibbler with ace stuff. Pitches off the corners, will come in, throw sliders and off-speed pitches in fastball counts, move up in the zone.
Line drive, gap right center field. That'll score at least one. De La Rosa to third. It's still out on the left field or right center field wall, and they'll hold De La there. On an RBI double by Charlie Blackmon, he evens the score at one. And anybody other than your starting pitcher, and they would have scored standing up.
Well, Charlie went from trying to lay down a bunt to lacing a double. Driving in the first run of the season for Colorado. And everything was away on the Subaru strike zone. But Charlie stayed back. And no better feeling after you've done what you've done. You get back to 2-2. You hit that ball into the gap. Jorge's coming around third. Stu Cole's waving him. And then at the last minute, Stu put up his left hand and said, stop sign.
So an RBI opportunity for Story. Nobody out. Single, single, double. As the Rockies are trying to get after Zach Greinke here in the third. Story takes a strike. Greinke giving up a run at Chase Field for the first time in 25 innings. That was another big reason they went out and got him. They couldn't do anything against him. When he put on a Dodger uniform, 9 starts against Arizona. Greinke was 7-0 with a 119. Here's the 0-1. Story hits it high and deep right field. Way back and gone! 3-run bomb. Welcome to the big leagues, Trevor Story. How do you like that?
I've got goosebumps.
Me too.
Not gonna lie.
Me too.
Mom and Dad are jumping for joy here at Chase Field. Wow!
And that's the power he displayed in spring training.
To all fields. This was like it came off the bat of Carlos Gonzalez.
Right.
Wow.
Listen to the sound. I mean, you knew it had that sound getting out. Your first big league hit is a 3-run jack.
You know what? His teammates were on the top step, jumping around. We can hear him hooting and hollering from up here. Those guys were as happy for him as his family is, as Trevor was. You talk about running around the bases with Cottonmouth flying around the bases. That must have felt unbelievable.
Huey, you forgot one addition to that statement you made. How about your first big league hit, a 3-run home run off of Zach Greinke?
Yeah.
It's up on Cargo, 1-1. 4 straight hits for the Rockies. The third, 4-1 Colorado. Oh, you gotta love it. One and two.
Walt was talking about this. I know. Walt was
thinking about that hit.
It was unbelievable. Walt talked about how that group of guys have rallied around Trevor. Drew, you've mentioned it in spring training about how he stopped the weight room. Everyone had all eyes on the guy.
Well, he deadlifted, folks, 525 pounds in January, and the legend began. That's you know, NFL big guy weights. There aren't too many guys who can deadlift 525 pounds. That's how you go oppo, huh? Greinke grunting there, misses with the fastball, 2-2.
And to have his family in attendance for the game. I did an interview with him the other day during the ball game after he came out during a spring training game. Said, you know, called his parents. I was the first people he called.
And Cargo spits on that two-seamer in the dirt. It's 3-2.
I guarantee you his hands are shaking right now. sitting in the dugout. I guarantee his hands are shaking.
Cargo drives this to right center field and deep, and this one's gone. Nearly a pool shot, 5-1. Oh my goodness, you could have hung laundry for a month on that line drive. Cargo with his 3rd opening day home run in the last 4 years.
Last year he tried to take out the scoreboard in dead center field at Milwaukee Miller Park. Even he's smiling about it because this ball was just tattooed.
You know we got to check later on, boys. The exit speed on this ball off of Cargo's bat, because it was 115 plus, I guarantee you.
Had to have been. And the launch angle, we're going to start looking at launch angles. That launch angle is a double for most people. One hop double off the wall, change up and away, and there's not many left-handed hitters that can go up in the zone away from them and be able to turn it around like Cargo does.
That person in the pool out there thought they might get a home run, but it was one of those high home runs, not a laser.
I'm
no way.
not catching that ball.
Chip Hale saying, whoa, what's going on? 5-1. And oh, by the way, still nobody out in the 3rd. Here's Nolan. And he gets under this one. And it's in center field. And it finally drops in the glove of Chris Owings.
But this also does 2 things. Obviously, you have the 5-1 lead. That helps. But remember, De La Rosa ran the bases. So this gives him a chance to go catch his breath before he has to go out there.
Gerardo Parra bounced to first base an inning ago. And Parra hits a hanging breaking ball to deep center field, and Owings has got to field it off the very top of the, it's not even the fence up there, it's the overhang. That thing was about, what, 3-4 feet from getting out of here.
Maybe even closer.
This crowd of over 40,000 beyond stunned. Zach Greinke's getting peppered like it's BP.
Another hanging breaking pitch. This time it was a curveball up in the zone, and Parra reaches out to center field. You see the 413 mark? That came within about 2 feet of hitting that yellow line or going over.
Home run in the first game as a Rocky. Jay Gaynor, 17, did it. Jason Jennings did it against the Mets at Shea Stadium. Luis Gonzalez, shake and bake. In 2005, that was shake and bake's first big league game. Luis Gonzalez as well, first major league game, I should say, that they all hit a home run in, not just first game with the Rockies.
So 3 of the 6 guys on that list in their first major league game. First game as a Rocky.
Well, Jason Jennings had a complete game in Shea Stadium. No one's going to top that one.
No, I mean, just to be on the list with all those guys that did it.
And it's a pitcher.
Mark Reynolds, 0-2 count. Reynolds 3 for 14 lifetime against Zach Greinke. 61 career home runs at Chase Field, the place he began his career. Mark came up, or at least his first few years in Pro Bowl was as a shortstop. Pick play, they may get him. Ooh, that was close. Good job by Parra, somehow getting his hand underneath, because the ball looked like it beat Gerardo back to the bag.
But he slid to the back side of the bag. And as a second baseman, when you apply this tag, you're not quite sure where you're going to go with it, because you have to catch the ball reaching across your body. You don't know where he is, so you kind of end up feeling for the base runner.
An RBI out there for Reynolds. Held up 1-2. And Mark Reynolds was a shortstop coming out of the University of Virginia. And he didn't move to third until well into pro ball. And that's where he broke in. In fact, the guy he's trying to drive in, he and Gerardo Parra played together in the minor leagues. They played together with Arizona. Mark played his first 4 years of Pro Bowl with Cargo. Ahmed will make the catch, 2 outs. Did you think the phone was going to ring in the 3rd inning if you were a reliever with Arizona with Greinke on the mound?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Now it's Jake Barrett.
Well, I know when I've talked to starting pitchers, I was like, hey, have you ever noticed somebody warming up when you're still out there and it's early in the game? They go, yeah, absolutely. Turn around and they can light a fire in some guys.
9th man to hit here in the 3rd, Nick Hundley.
That's also pitch number 52 for Greinke.
6 hits in the inning. 2 homers, 2 doubles, 2 singles. And maybe the biggest hit of them all was somehow De La Rosa on the slug bunt with 2 strikes, getting it in play and hopping it over the head of Jake Lamb for the infield knock.
I'm curious if Zach is going to be talking to Wellington after this inning, just because I feel like Zach had some pitches that he felt were strike 3 on De La Rosa and another one on Charlie Blackmon. He's going to try to find out exactly where that strike zone is for him.
Parra takes off for 3rd and he swipes 3rd. Ordinarily with 2 outs, you're not going to run there.
No, because you don't want to make that 3rd out at 3rd base. But he had been timing Zach the last 2 pitches. And Zach was just giving him the 1 look because he's so focused on the hitter that he wasn't worried about it. So he said, I'll take it. Now a wild pitch. Pass ball, an extra run.
2-2.
And as silly as this sounds, Huey, we've done it all the time. If you try to pick me off at second base, I'm going to try to steal a base off you later on during this game.
But we saw a moment ago on the Subaru strike zone that these aren't strikes.
They're not strikes.
3-2. Do you think that Zach Greinke, who in 32 starts last year made 30 quality starts, when was the last time he had an inning like this? I can't imagine he had an inning like this one time last year.
No, he only had 2 starts that he didn't have quality starts. Out of 30 out of 32, as you mentioned.
Inside, ball 4, and that'll bring up LeMahieu,
who started this inning off with a single to right field.
Second baseman, DJ LeMahieu.
De La Rosa got plenty of rest. Now he had to put the helmet and he's got to get the gloves back on. He's going to the on deck circle.
Get him back from EY because he had taken him off, giving him to EY.
Yep.
DJ takes a strike. Laced a line drive to right to begin this 5-run rally.
You look at the Diamondbacks last year, 579 in the 3rd innings thrown by their bullpen. That was the most in Major League Baseball. They were not expecting this. I mean, we'll say this ad nauseum. 222 innings last year from Zach Greinke. He might not
back up the middle, base hit. DJ 2 for 2. Huntley's going to go 1st to 3rd. 6-1 Colorado.
Had so many things happen in this inning.
Now, Chip Hale's got a decision. Well, he's got De La Rosa, so he's obviously going to let him try to go get the pitcher.
We had the Trevor Story, a first home run of his career, big leagues, to right field, and then DJ getting 2 hits in an inning. But right back up the middle off that fast infield. I always consider this one of the faster infields in the major leagues. The grass is very short. They kept the dirt hard, and that ball just scoots.
They used to always water down in front of home plate, more so than any other ballpark in the major leagues here in Arizona. And for the reason you just mentioned, the rest of the infield is hard and fast.
6-1 Colorado. Jenny, get well soon.
Yes.
Jenny had knee surgery. She's just on the 5-day DL. She'll join us on Friday for the home opener.
She had an Instagram earlier today where she had her knee brace on, foot up in the air, computer, Rocky's hat on, Rocky's shirt.
No, this is certain her not being here, but Jenny, we'll see you back there on Friday. Can't wait to have you back part of the team. Get well.
There's Jenny. Look at that. You kidding me? She's ready to go. A little skiing mishap.
I'll push her around.
ACL, meniscus, tibia fracture. Boy, he's trying to go deep with that swing. 1 and 2. Last time Zack Greinke gave up 6 runs in an inning was April the 12th, 2012, when he was pitching with Milwaukee, and he faced the Chicago Cubs just 4 years ago.
Yeah, last April in 5 starts, he was 4-0 with the 193 and a batting average against of 193.
And strike 3, and Greinke will make a long walk to the dugout. The Rockies produce a 6th spot. Home runs. How about Trevor Story? 3-run home run, his first big league hit. And then Cargo hit an absolute missile. What an inning. Well, it's still 60 feet 6 inches, 90 feet between the bags. It's in a tough game, huh? Oh. Trevor Story, 3-run opposite field blast in his second major league at bat against a guy who twirled one of the great seasons in the history of baseball a year ago, Zack Greinke. All part of a 6-run, 7-hit 3rd inning for the Rockies against Greinke. Gene Segura takes fastball for ball 1. Segura, the leadoff man for the Arizona Diamondbacks tonight. He had a fly ball to left his first time up. That's on the outside corner.
Now Jorge needs to go out there, have a quick shutdown inning, Get those boys back to the dugout and the bat rack.
And Segura hits this ball to Cargo and right.
We're down here in Phoenix for opening day, but don't forget, though, you can be at Coors Field this weekend for the home opener as the Rockies kick off the home season against the San Diego Padres. Opening weekend, call 303-ROCKIES. Go online to Rockies.com/tickets. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, Lodo will be hopping.
It will be hopping. Rockies fans here in attendance. They've been hopping for a little bit.
That suite's hopping, and Jenny Cadner just tweeted us or texted us saying she almost tore her other ACL trying to jump off the couch when Story went deep and then Cargo went deep.
It's what Tyler Chatwood tells people in the dugout. Relax, guy. That's what he says. Say that to Jenny.
Owings fouls it off. 1 ball, 1 strike. That was as fun an inning to watch that we've witnessed in a long time.
Well, and against Zach Greinke.
That's the big part of it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, a 6-run inning anytime, you'll take that. But given that it's opening day against Zach Greinke and Trevor Story got it going.
Sure. Beyond that, I mean, Greinke was the big free agent signed this winter. The buzz that Arizona Diamondbacks created, the new uniforms, all these different things around today's game, and for that to happen, La Russa loves it.
Yeah, Tony's ecstatic about what he witnessed. Here's the 1-2 outside.
I do have a good La Russa story. It was off, I think, Jason Mott. It was when Seth Smith hit the home run, the 8-run or 9-run 9th inning to come back and win the game. La Russa threw his hat and broke his glasses. And it was on a Saturday night. And so the next day, La Russa's at the field.
Oh, this is going to be a problem. Owens going to reach.
Yeah.
Strikeout, wild pitch. So Owings at first.
Let me go finish this story. La Russa showed up to the game on Sunday with his glasses taped together like a Myron Noodleman. Those glasses right there, taped up. We were never happier for any moment in that season other than breaking Tony La Russa's glasses during a game.
Larry Fitzgerald's still in the house.
He took BP last year with Patrick Peterson. And we talked about with him throwing out the first pitch tonight, really popular down here. I mean, this is one of those athletes that does everything right, and he's a tremendous player, tremendous ambassador for the Cardinals and for the city of Phoenix.
His dad was a beat writer for the Twins, so he's got some baseball background.
Yes, he does. In there, 1-1 on Goldschmidt. Dave Stewart, the general manager. That's the look you'd see with Dave Stewart when he was on the mound. That's
the look I didn't want to look. Right. Wanted to see, because he was as competitive as anybody.
4 straight 20-game victory seasons for Dave Stewart. He's done a lot in the game after. I mean, he was an assistant GM, then he was an agent. And then he was hired by the Diamondbacks and Tony La Russa to be the general manager here. And he was as active as anybody this offseason, obviously. 2 balls and a strike on Goldschmidt. Struck out his first time. 2-2.
You don't want to miss up too often to Paul Goldschmidt, as we see on the Subaru strike zone. Up and away.
Don't you think with any great hitter, it's not just up. You don't want to miss in the same spot.
And the difference with Goldschmidt and the growth he's had, he used to be only, you know, a guy that hit to center field and to right field, but he's really closed that hole up inside where he could turn on a ball now too. That's why he finished second in the MVP voting last year to Bryce Harper. A couple of years ago was to Andrew McCutchen.
Well, and the other thing, beyond just knowing where his strike zone is, he struck out his last at bat on a splitter down. Last year, he hit 143 against De La Rosa's splitter. It was the worst of any pitch that he saw against De La Rosa. He's looking for that pitch. That's the difference. He will be looking for that pitch in this at-bat.
Owens at first, and he's going to draw a throw. One out again. Owens reached on a strikeout on a ball in the dirt that went to the backstop. 6-1 Colorado. 2-2. And he went with the fastball. It's now a full count. Castillo on deck.
That's where with the Rockies you have a 5-run lead. I'm not sure they would start the runner at first. If it was 1 or 2, probably.
Owens not going, and it's hooked down the line, and it'll turn foul.
You can see Goldschmidt was sitting on that pitch. That's a splitter. He knows he's getting it 3-2. Jorge missed middle of the zone. You can see right in that strike zone. It's middle. You throw it again, Huey?
Yes.
Whatever you throw 3-2, you throw it again?
Yes.
He got him. And you could tell by that swing, that's not what he was looking for.
No, he didn't play along with Huey and I. We were still sitting on the cutter, on the split finger.
Catcher, Wellington.
So he went, okay.
Looked like a backdoor cutter.
Backdoor cutter at 88 miles an hour.
Big strikeout of Goldschmidt.
Good sequence.
4 strikeouts for Jorge. And Wellington Castillo hit a ball in the air to center field his first time.
But those are the cat and mouse games that a pitcher and a catcher play with the hitter. You and I were thinking he'll go back to that split finger, and then that's what Goldschmidt was looking for. But Nick in the box or behind the plate said, no, well, let's go with that cut fastball.
Go ahead and throw it. And that's where the lead comes into play too.
Yes.
You look at the scoreboard. Scoreboard dictates everything. Dictates how you pitch, what you do, when you base run. Everything is dictated by the scoreboard and the counts.
Ball and a strike on Castillo. Led all National League catchers in home runs last year, and he did it in half a season. He played only 80 games with Arizona. He had 17 home runs with Arizona, drove in 50 in those 80 games.
So basically what they did is the Cubs flip-flopped Wellington Castillo and Miguel Montero. I mean, once they got Montero, Castillo became expendable.
Jorge's been working ahead in this game. He's got a 1-2 count on Castillo. And he's got a strikeout of Wellington. 5 punch-outs in 3 innings. And for Jorge De La Rosa and the Rockies, they'll take a 6-1 lead to the 4th at Chase Field on opening night 2016. 6-1. Story, a 3-run opposite field home run last inning. The Coors Light Cold Hard Facts are brought to you by Clean, Crisp Coors Light. Rockies to make their Major League debut on opening day all time. Jason Bates, Javi Lopez still going strong. These are guys that started at opening day, though. Luis Gonzalez, Jeff Baker, and Jason Nix. Our very own Corey Sullivan in 05. And there's only one guy to hit a home run as a Rocky for their first Major League hit other than Trevor Story. It was Jay Gaynor back in that inaugural season of 1993. Charlie Blackmon couldn't get a bunt down last inning. He said no problem. He ripped a double to right center field to score a run. This one's fouled off out of play. This has been a house of horrors typically for the Rockies coming down to Chase Field. All time, the Rockies are 53-105 at Chase Field. Last year they were 2-8. They won only 6 of 19 encounters between the two division rivals in 2015. Inside, 2-1. Blackmon, Story, and Cargo here in the 4th. So you're going through your mind earlier in the day, or maybe last night, what you're going to see from Greinke. I don't think you're going through your mind saying, yeah, the 4th inning, I'll be in my 3rd at bat in the 4th inning. I'll be looking for, right?
I'm just watching the pitch count, and I'm curious what Chip Hale's thinking right now when it's 68 pitches and you're in the 4th inning, top of the 4th inning.
Well, if this one gets rough at all, he's going to have a quick hook.
Right. Because even in spring training, the starting pitchers are going, we didn't see many guys going over 85 pitches in spring training. And at this rate, 85 pitches gets him through this inning. Maybe.
A few more foul balls. It could be before that.
Yeah, when you look at the chase percentage with Zach Greinke last year and historically the swing and miss percentage on a multitude of pitches. A lot of times it's just one pitch, like big chase, big swing and miss percentage for like against De La Rosa, right, against his splitter. But with Greinke, it's multiple pitches. Tonight, the Rockies are fouling those pitches off, if not putting them in play hard.
And we just saw a moment ago in the graphic, he threw 10 pitches in the 1st inning, 14 pitches in the 2nd inning, 39 pitches last inning. I mean, that's just, those are the numbers that start to worry pitching coaches. Just that volume for one inning.
Well, this is a good AB no matter the result by Blackmon. And Charlie pulls it toward Goldschmidt, and he'll get it to Greinke. One out. Trevor Story coming up. It is time for our Mako big hit. First one of the year. How about this for the big Texas kid? He goes oppo to right with 2 men aboard. First major league hit, first major league home run, first major league RBIs.
The other good thing about that, too, is where it went over by the Rockies bullpen, pretty easy to get that ball back.
They got it right away.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
The fans threw it back.
Yeah, you're not going to have to worry about trying to go barter for that.
Yeah, no. The fan threw it straight back.
So Trevor, who had an unbelievable spring, has it continuing tonight. And there is Trevor Story's first career hit in home run baseball.
That's $1 Story time.
That's $1, Colorado Rockies. Every Trevor Story pun is going to get fined $1.
He started that early on.
You started it in our meeting last night.
Yep. And I actually owe $1 to the pot, too.
Have you collected from anybody yet?
Not yet.
Or you just keep throwing it out there?
I have a running tally in my brain.
That's what concerns me. Story at 2 levels last year.
New Britain and also Albuquerque. And this ball's hit a long way to left. Take a good look. You won't see this one for long. You want to talk about a debut? He's going to get this one also. They just tossed this back onto the field.
He might pick it up at home plate. First home run, all the guys in the Rockies dugout, hands in the air, screaming as the ball goes out. This second one I look in, guys were looking at each other with their mouths wide open.
Like, am I witnessing this? Is this exactly what I saw?
This is what we watched for 6 weeks, 20 minutes from here in Scottsdale. Here's Cargo.
They say, okay, you pitch me away, I'll take it away. You decide to make a mistake, down and in, I'll take it out to left field. And he knew it.
Cargo drives this to center field, but playing deep is Chris Owings. Tell you what, off the bat, I thought that was one of those balls that he hits that just keeps rising.
Yep. Trevor's on pace for over 300, and how many home runs is that? 24 home runs, 48 home runs?
It's good pace.
Man,
when he got to the dugout, I heard somebody on the microphone say, hey, you know what, a major league debut. Somebody's yelling that down in the dugout to him, but you couldn't script that any better.
I don't know. Right now, I'm really concerned about the kid who hit over 500 in spring training because he's the only guy who hasn't reached yet tonight.
You're going to have to drop him in the lineup.
Nolan's going to have to petition Walt Weiss to be in the lineup tomorrow. Actually, Nolan hit the ball right on the screws his first time up, but playing up the middle was Segura. That's inside. And then a fly ball, high fly ball to deep center field. Everybody, it's early and you get tacos. How about that? Rockies with a 7 spot as they hit here in the 4th. Don't forget to go to your participating Taco Bell locations tomorrow between 4 and 6. Liv Moss at Taco Bell outside 2 and 1. So I think back to the story of when Walt told Trevor Story officially that he had made the team and he was going to be the starting shortstop. And he said, the first thing he said to him, he said, you got any video on Zack Greinke? And Trevor said, well, you know, I've seen him pitch a lot on television. He said, well, go get some footage on him. You're going to be facing him on Monday night. I guess he did his homework.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just going to say, to have the pressure that he's had this spring, to do what he did this spring, and then to follow it up in your first major league game, it tells you something a little bit about his moxie.
Well, you guys both remember that spring training where you felt, man, if things really go well, I have a chance to make the big league club. The table was set for him, but he's still a young guy. He just turned 23. So if he went out and hit a $145 this spring, nobody would blame him. He wouldn't fall in the eyes of the Rockies in terms of being a major prospect. It'd just be, okay, but the time wasn't right yet. But he did the exact opposite.
He went off.
And he's doing clearly the opposite of anybody, reasonable expectations at a big league debut against Zack Greinke. This ball is hit to deep right near the corner. Peralta makes the catch to end the inning. Trevor Story time.
It's a
3-run home run. I'll willingly pay it. And then a solo shot to deep left. 7-1 Colorado, middle of 4.
Yeah, the Giants busted out the big sticks. The Dodgers beat the Padres 15-0. Off evening, though, for Clayton Kershaw. He just went 7 innings. There's a base hit for Peralta and allowed 1 hit and struck out 9. He's trying to shake the rust off.
He's struggling. You know who did look like he had some rust was Madison Bumgarner. Bumgarner had, I believe, 6 walks in 5 innings. He had 5 walks in 5 innings. He had a rough spring training as well.
Something tells me he'll be all right.
You think so?
Yeah. Yasmani Tomas with Peralta at first. (7-1) Colorado. Tomas doubled in the 2nd inning to right field. He takes ball 1. Well, we showed this last inning. I want to go back to it. 2 home runs in their major league debut. Bob Neiman back in '51. Bert Campaneris, shortstop for the Oakland A's, played 19 years. He hit 79 home runs in 19 years, but in his debut he hit 2 bombs. How about that? And then most recently, J.P. Arancibia in 2010. Trevor Story joins that group. One of 5 in the last 103 years to hit 2 home runs in their big league debut. And he's going to have at least 2 more ABs. So who knows where he goes.
Get to 3. I'll say George Bell had 3 home runs in an opening day.
That's accurate. And Adrian Gonzalez hit 5 in the first 3 games last year, didn't he?
Tuffy Rhodes for the Cubs hit 3 home runs on opening day.
That's a good start.
You could say that.
It's been a while since we worked in a Campy Campaneris into a broadcast.
It's been forever. Campy Campaneris. You know, I got to see this spring. Swung on and missed. A strikeout of Tomas. One of Campy's teammates from those great A's teams, Sal Bando, spoke to Arapahoe High School's baseball team a couple of weeks ago.
Sal was an ASU grad.
And it's interesting because there was a professor of mathematics who worked at Arizona State, but was a Midwestern guy, lived in Cleveland. Sal Bando's from Cleveland, and he told the head coach at the time, was it Winkle? Was it Bobby Winkles? Yeah, it was Winkles at the time, about this kid from Cleveland. Well, Sal Bando went on, I think he was a freshman All-American. Oh, this ball's crushed to right by Jake Lamb, and it is gone. 2-run home run by Jake Lamb, and it's 7-3.
Jake struck out back in the 2nd inning on 3 pitches. This time he gets a hanging. I don't know if it was a slider or a split, whatever it was. And he turned on it, hit it into the bullpen in right field.
Well, Zach Greinke's going to go just 4 innings. Brandon Drury, who made the Diamondbacks with a strong spring training, who had a great year at Reno last year, is going to pinch hit for Greinke here with 1 out in the 4th inning.
Well, you mentioned how the Rockies have struggled here at Chase Field, or the Bob as they're calling it again now. Part of the reason why is it always felt like if you don't put them away, it's an easy ground ball for Jorge Del Rosa to throw him out first. If you don't put them away, they seem to just hang in there long enough to have some of the worst rallies I've ever experienced have been here in Arizona.
Well, keep in mind two things. One, this is a team that was second to the Rockies in runs scored last year in the National League in Arizona. Number two, you know, having played in this division for a long time, the contrast. You have three of the best pitchers parks in all of baseball in Dodger Stadium, San Francisco, and Petco is San Diego, and two of the best offensive parks, the best in Coors Field annually, and another one that's really good in Chase Field. So you never feel entirely comfortable, especially given their ability to score. That's like a slider or changeup for a strike. It's 0-1 on Nick Ahmed. Just to finish that Arizona State story. So Sal Bando goes down from Cleveland. The next year there was another start. He ends up going down from Cleveland. All of a sudden there was this pipeline from Northern Ohio to Arizona State of all places, and it was because of this mathematics professor.
Said, hey, I got these guys that can play.
Right. Well, I'm not going to say no. That right. Third baseman turned out pretty good. Two strikes on the Arizona shortstop, Nick Ahmed. Here's your first by the way of the game. Zach Greinke, the last time he went 4 innings or less in a start, May 5th, 2014 in Washington.
Cinco de Mayo.
Cinco de Mayo. He was not celebrating
nope, not,
after.
Nope. But a lot of people were.
Good pitch. In that chase location, 1 and 2.
I think he can go back down there again and I think he'll fish for it.
Well, he fished for the splitter in the dirt. Play completed at first. That's strikeout number 7 in the inning. A 2-run home run off the bat of Jake Lamb. And it's 7-3 Colorado as we go to the 5th. Rockies will have Gerardo Parra leading off in the 5th inning. Now, Gerardo Parra signed a 3-year deal with the Rockies in the offseason, and he's reunited with one of his closest friends on and off the field, Carlos Gonzalez. They played together in winter ball in Venezuela. They played together for Team Venezuela in the World Baseball Classic, and they have a very close friendship. And one of the similarities between these two players, they have two of the best left arms in the game. And this before the game.
Something special when you have the guy that you're that close with, teammate, friend. Think back to your, probably Huey, with your first minor league roommate.
Right.
Somebody that you've gone all the way up from the minor leagues up to the big leagues together. And then the business of baseball happens. You get traded, somebody gets released, but then to come back full circle and get them reunited with you, that's something special.
Well, when you don't think it's going to happen.
Exactly.
because of the game. Now in the pitch for the D-backs, Jake Baird, had a great spring, as you can see by the numbers, part of the reason why he made this ball club, but also pitched 47 relief outings last year between AA and AAA. Pretty hard thrower, 97 right out of the gate. He is the fourth, we're talking about ASU, he's the fourth guy from ASU to play for the Diamondbacks.
He's got a pretty good arm.
Yeah,
95 there with some sink. 2 strikes on Gerardo.
Gerardo's thinking right now, bring Greinke back.
Statement not often uttered.
What'd you say Greinke's ERA is now?
15.75.
That was a good year, I think. Somewhere. It's a tough play. And the guy who always has the best angle to that play is the shortstop. Jeff, you would know that.
Right, and so you're running over there where you out of one corner of your eye you can see the left fielder, the other one you see the third baseman. But you also know here, if it's Parra, I think he catches that ball. But since it's Tomas, Nick Ahmed says, I've got to go get that.
My eyes were on Tomas because that's a ball for the left fielder to try to catch. And you can see he wants nothing to do with that baseball.
Well, yeah, and even Nick, he's running over there looking at the wall, seeing where it was, because you know that distance you've traveled is too far. But one final thought on Zack Greinke with the 3 home runs he's given up tonight. He gave up tonight. I had Dougie look it up. August 19, 2009 was the last time he gave up 3 home runs in a game at the Chicago White Sox when he was pitching for the Kansas City Royals.
When he was teammates with Jorge De La Rosa. Well, actually, he was no longer teammates in 09, but for 2 years, Greinke and De La Rosa were teammates in Kansas City. 2 strikes on Mark Reynolds. Reynolds had the first hit against Greinke in the 2nd inning, a bloop single to right. One and 2. 237 home runs in Mark Reynolds' career, 18th among active players. That ball right there, I know it's a fly ball center field. You're smiling at me, Spilly, because you know where I'm going with this. That gives you an idea how strong this guy is, because I think he hit that below the label.
It was up there. It was high. It was far. And I also had the opportunity to watch Chris Owings take his route to a baseball. You can still, we mentioned it before, Gene Segura, to me, is out of position. Chris Owings, to me, is out of position. Yasmani Tomas, to me, is out of position.
Well, Yasmani Tomas doesn't have a position.
No. I can see the athleticism with Owings, but there's a visual difference between watching Charlie Blackmon run after a baseball.
Nick Hundley slashes one to right.
I like that term slash because that's what that was. It was a ball up by the letters, and he just slashed it over there. The hardest thing when a guy's showing 95 to 97 on a high fastball is to get on top of it. And he did. He just raised the hands up and then just barreled it over that way.
DJ's 2 for 2. Both hits came in the 3rd inning. His 2nd hit in the 3rd inning drove in a run. And he now has 500 major league hits. How good's that trade look? Wow. Dan O'Dowd put together with the Chicago Cubs. It was Casey Weathers, who unfortunately for Casey never panned out, along with Ian Stewart, to the Cubs for Tyler Colvin, who had a really good first year with the Rockies, and DJ LeMahieu, who's now been an all-star. He's hit over 300. He's won a Gold Glove.
Well, the Cubs thought they had Darwin Barney there to play second base, and he won a Gold Glove, but he never really did anything offensively. DJ got a fresh start. He comes over here, gets an opportunity, and now he's, as you mentioned, what, 500 career hits.
Inside, 2 balls and a strike. Another important factor, the Rockies have completely taken a crowd of 40-some-odd thousand out of this game.
And this is the rare time when you come to Arizona and there's this large of a crowd.
Yep.
Or this energetic prior to first pitch. Because it is one of those stadiums that you don't feel the energy in.
It's hard to feel it in this stadium, no doubt.
And the roof is open tonight. They had it closed during batting practice. About 90 degrees outside at first pitch. By Arizona standards, today was beautiful. Very pleasant. It's been a great spring. 3-1 with 2 outs. And DJ is going to lose a base hit. And that it hit off of Jake Barrett and it went right to Gene Segura. In the inning, Nick Hundley had a base hit. He's left the board. Middle of 5. Rockies leading 7-3. Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Drew Goodman, Jeff Houston, Ryan Spilborgh's opening night at Chase Field. The Rockies so far so good. They're up 7-3 behind 2 home runs from their rookie shortstop Trevor Story, a 3-run home run and a solo shot. Jorge De La Rosa has been very solid. He has struck out 7 in 4 innings. He did give up a 2-run home run last inning, left on left to Jake Lamb. Top of the order for Arizona, Gene Segura, Chris Owings, Paul Goldschmidt. 3rd time through for the Diamondbacks. Segura, 2 fly balls, 1 to left, 1 to right. And that's pulled past new 3rd base coach, Matt Williams. Dismissed at the end of last year by the Nationals as their skipper. Dusty Baker takes over there, and Matt comes back to a place he knows well, the desert, with Andy Green moving from the 3rd base coaching lines to San Diego's managerial spot. So Matt Williams at 3rd base. The 1-1 to Segura.
I'm trying to think of how many managers of the year there are right now coaching 3rd base in Major League Baseball. 2014 Manager of the Year for the Washington Nationals.
So then it begs the question, did he lose all his knowledge between 2014 and 2015?
No, but you know what? I will tell you this. With all of the hype going into last year surrounding the Washington Nationals, that pitching staff, that offense led by Bryce Harper, it was very difficult for Nationals fans to swallow the fact that they didn't make the postseason.
Sure.
And then his fate, unfortunately, because Matt's a good man, but his fate was sealed with the dust up in the dugout that he seemingly was oblivious to.
That's a good piece of hitting right there by Jean Segura.
So Segura pulls the hands in and drops one into center field, a leadoff single in front of Chris Owings.
All fans on opening day, April 8th, will receive a 2016 Rockies Magnet schedule courtesy of King Soopers. Tickets for opening weekend against the Padres are still available. Get yours today.
Congratulations to the Villanova Wildcats. How about that?
30-something years in between titles.
1985, Raleigh Massimino when they took down Georgetown, and tonight they hit a 3 at the buzzer to beat North Carolina 77-74. Walt will not be happy about that.
No, he told me before the game, I asked him if he was going to be watching the game as he was managing in the dugout today, and he said, I might get tossed out before the first pitch is ever thrown, and I could watch the game in the dugout, and TR King manages this. He's not going to watch the game. He's not going to watch the basketball game. He's going to watch tonight's.
He was joking, of course, when he said that.
Yes, of course he was.
Slowly hit, and that is a foul ball. Well, Walt matriculated in North Carolina with another future outstanding big leaguer, B.J. Surhoff. But at the same time, the one Michael Jordan was doing his thing at Chapel Hill.
B.J. was also a first-round pick.
They're both. Walt is from Suffern, New York, which is Rockland County, right above Manhattan, right above the city, and B.J. Surhoff is from Rye, New York, which is in Westchester County, which is right above the city.
Talk about an intense player, B.J. B.J. Surhoff.
B.J. was the first pick in the draft.
Yes.
Here's the 0-2, and it's fouled off. B.J.'s older brother, by a couple of years, Rich Surhoff, reached the big leagues as a pitcher. And their late father, Dick Surhoff, played in the NBA with the Knicks. And since we're on the subject, one of the better prospects in baseball is B.J.'s nephew, Colin Moran.
Right now?
Yes. Third baseman. Here's the 0-2. And this is a big Baltimore chop, just getting out somehow. Safe. Good play by DJ.
They're going to stall on this.
I'll take a look at it.
And I say that because DJ immediately pointed to the dugout, said, look at this one, and so did Mark.
This is large because you have Goldschmidt coming up.
Another Baltimore chop. This time DJ's able to cut it off. He's out.
He's out.
He's out. Ball goes into the glove. Foot is just ready to come down, and they will take a look.
Yeah,
this time it'll be Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, along with Brian Honora, the first base umpire.
You know, for many reasons, this is huge. You're talking about 2 out, 2 on, and nobody out versus a runner at second and 1 out. And Goldschmidt coming up. Yeah, he's out.
He's out. And a reminder, you know, what the umpire's looking for. They're looking for, or listening for the sound of that ball going into the glove and then watching the foot. So when it hits the dirt before it hits the glove, it throws off that timing.
I mean, it's really close.
That's the best look there. Foot still in the air. If he doesn't hit on top of the bag, but hits on the front side of the bag, he might have beat it out. But the right foot's on top of the base.
Good pickup by Mark Reynolds.
Out.
Ball and glove, foot clearly in the air. But we felt that way before on calls the last couple of years.
Again, it still goes back to New York.
Trevor Story mouthing out. Mark Reynolds going, yep, told you. See?
It's one of the benefits, Huey, of having a left side arm on the right side of the infield.
Because of where DJ was going away from the bag, but still had the strength to get it there. But you also made a good point too, Drew, is the pick by Mark Reynolds. Because that's a backhand pick. You have to make sure you stick it. Oh,
whoa!
My. Are you serious?
See, that's where I struggle to understand.
The side, this one is the best angle. Ball and glove.
I don't get that. I don't understand that. So an infield hit for Chris Owings. And now in the 5th inning, a problem for De La Rosa. Paul Goldschmidt, who he's handled twice, 2 strikeouts.
Well, that call breathes some life into this crowd. Is starting to feel it.
Well, the combination of the call and the guy who's at the plate. Last year, .321 average, 33 home runs, 110 driven in for Goldschmidt. And now you got a 2-0 count.
And a guy that runs well. So if he hits it on the ground, it has to be a sharply hit ground ball. Goldschmidt 3rd all time in single season average, only trailing Luis Gonzalez. He had .321 last year.
And he's got 3-0 on a hitter for the first time tonight. And you know Goldschmidt's going to have the green light.
First thing I did was look down at Matt Williams. Matt Williams did the international sign to go ahead and hit.
Threw his 2 hands together and just said, go ahead.
Just pound his fists together.
Yeah.
And De La Rosa spikes the fastball, and now the bases are loaded, and the tying run is coming to the plate with nobody out in a ball game that has the great field that the Rockies have completely dominated, but Arizona putting themselves on the cusp of getting right back into this game.
And now you have to get somebody up in the bullpen for Colorado. Jason Gurka, one of the 4 left-handers that the Rockies are carrying out there right now, including Chris Russin, Boone Logan, and the closer, Jake McGee.
Now having catcher Wellington Castillo.
And in contrast to Goldschmidt as a good runner, Castillo is not. So you got plenty of time to turn a double play if it is hit on the ground. Everybody's reminding everybody else which direction they're going. Nolan's telling DJ, if it's hit to my left, I'll come to you. If I'm coming in, I'll come home, Nick.
And Castillo hits this ball to medium range right. Segura is not going to test the arm, down by 4 runs of Carlos Gonzalez. 1 out. That's a big out. You have Peralta coming up, who's 2 for 2.
Well, down by 4, you're not going to take a chance on Cargo's arm, not hit that deep. But Segura kind of has his body turned over at third base, where it looks like he's not really ready to take off. He didn't have his left foot on the bag. He had his right foot, so he's looking over his shoulder. You always want to have the ball in front of you.
I don't think he ever believed he was going to run on that.
No, still, but you still have to make it look like you're going to go.
There's a strike on Peralta. This guy's got a real small load, real quiet at the plate.
Really strong.
Really strong. For a guy to generate the kind of pop he does,
You have to be strong to have that small of a load and swing.
inside 1-1. Guy remade himself. Story's well documented now. He was a pitcher in the Cardinals organization. I was chatting with him before the ball game, and he said, you know, I had shoulder issues, and I knew that I was a pretty good hitter growing up, so he ended up playing independent ball and got an opportunity. And he has certainly made the most of it. And his hero in the game is the Rockies right fielder. David, native of Venezuela, guy he loves watching, like a lot of guys, like us.
Yes.
Is Cinco. Carlos Gonzalez. Make a pitch here. 1-2. And he did. De La Rosa with the strikeout of Peralta, and that'll bring up another tough out in Yasmani Tomas.
This goes back to Wellington Castillo swinging first pitch curveball, trying to get a sac fly. You talk about getting the confidence back. De La Rosa started, you get that one out. Bases loaded, you get one out. Now you have confidence to go back, and Peralta, 2 for 2 R8 is in today's game. Has a little, you feel like you have a little more leeway. You can get away with a pitch right here, and he did it. He buried pitches down in the zone. Peralta chased.
Double and a strikeout tonight for Tomas.
And this is a smart conversation going on now. Let's make sure we're on the same page. Make sure that nobody's stealing a sign out at second base. Do we need to change up those signs?
We know he's swinging right away.
And that's, Jeff, you know, you were in that spot a million times, and that's why you saw Trevor Story come in, and I'm sure they're changing up the
whether they go first sign, last sign, or first sign after 2. There's a lot of different options you can go with. And you saw him just kind of roll the finger over, just saying, hey, we're going to start from the beginning again.
Outside on Tomas. Last year he had 273, 9 home runs, and 48 RBIs.
And if you're De La right now, you take that big gulp of air. You just settle it, because this is going to be your last inning. You're at 86 pitches. You're due up first next inning.
Rockies have Justin Miller. He's joined Jason Gurka in Darren Holmes' bullpen.
Tomas 1 for 14 with the bases loaded last year. And a guy that had a 4% walk rate last year as well.
But it's 3-0. And as you can see on the Subaru strike zone, none of the pitches were particularly close. On the corner, 3-1. Difference in player, difference in situation with 2 outs. Goldschmidt 3-0, nobody out. Being Paul Goldschmidt was going to get a green light. That was a red light all the way.
You are not swinging.
No.
That was the side he was getting.
And a base hit through the left side. Owings around third. He will score standing up, and it's 7-5. So De La Rosa got 2 with the bases loaded. Fell behind Yasmani Tomas, and he delivers a 2-run single.
3-0. He threw a fastball down and away. This time it was an off-speed pitch down and away, and he hooked it in the 5.5 hole between Nolan and Trevor. I think back to that play now, because Chris Owing is the one that scored.
It's a big play. Infield single. They always seem like so innocent, the way these innings start off. Good piece of hitting by Gene Segura, infield single. You walk Goldschmidt, get the next 2 guys out.
Well, think about the first run for Arizona in the second inning. Zach Greinke hit a Baltimore chop.
Exactly.
Whoa. That was about a 2.5-foot miss. Nick did a good job to glove. Ball 1 on land.
Reaching all the way back across his body, almost diving to make sure that didn't go to the backstop. And again, the last thing Walt wants to do right now, he wants to leave De La Rosa in this game.
Yes.
Give him a chance to get the W. You got the matchup that you want, left on left, pinch hitter on deck. You want to try to get him out of this inning, but if he gets on, you got to look out for the other 24 guys.
And that misses. Another 3-0 count. There's been 3 in the inning. Lamb, the 2-run home run last time up. Phil Gosselin is on deck. Super utility guy for Arizona. And he loses him. And now the bases are loaded for Gosselin, and he may be forcing Walt's hand. And here comes Walt. And Walt is trying to get some length out of whoever he puts in, which you'd assume would be, I don't want to assume anything right now, but he's going to double switch. Maybe Reynolds, just a guess, maybe not. DJ was the last guy to hit, so he's going to bring in
Christian Adames.
He's going to bring in Christian Adames, and DJ comes out, which, yeah, he's still in the middle innings. It will be Justin Miller, the power arm out of the bullpen. So Miller will inherit a bases loaded situation with 2 outs in a 2-run game. Here's our Kubota pitching performance. Jorge De La Rosa could not finish the 5th inning. He gives up 5 runs in 4 2/3. He did strike out 8. Last year's season high was 9, but he's going to hand the baseball to Justin Miller, and I'm sure Jorge is not going going to be fun to be around the next 4 days. He was staked to a 7-1 lead. And now it's 7-5, responsible for the bases being loaded. Justin Miller's going to try to get the pinch hitter Phil Gosselin.
There's the defense lining up. Justin Miller, 34 games for the Rockies. 33 and a third. How about the whip of .96?
Ball one. There's Christian Adames in the double switch. DJ LeMahieu comes out. Good fastball at 94. Miller, remember last year he struck out club record 8 consecutive hitters at one point.
Oh, for Justin, it's about getting that first pitch strike, commanding a fastball, and then he can go to the slider. That is his go-to bread and butter pitch.
Ow. And fastball. I think got the arm of Jeff Kellogg. 1-2.
Right arm.
Maybe not shoulder.
That's the way he reacted. Looked like it was more down at the wrist.
And Nick Hundley going out and talking to Justin Miller, not to talk to Justin Miller, but to give his buddy behind plate just a chance for a breather.
Professional catcher umpire courtesy.
Yes, it is.
One and two with 2 outs. Got
See
him.
ya.
Really?
Well, caught the Subaru strike zone at 93, down and away on the corner. Nick sets up there, doesn't move it, has the thumb down.
And you make a wonderful point. Usually, if you hit the target like he did, and it's a borderline pitch, you're going to get the strike.
Yeah.
2-2.
I always look at where the umpire's position. That is a weird angle for him in that spot that he's at.
And now it's 3-2. Now you got runners moving.
All kinds of things happening. Runners moving, the ball's hit. You got to throw it all the way across the diamond. A guy might break in front of you as he's running. You lose sight of the ball for a moment. Or just punch him out.
So he'll tee it up and do it again. Three and two on Phil Gosselin. And he went slider. And it was fouled off. Miller, a product of Fresno State. Won a College World Series pitching for the Bulldogs in 2008. Native of Bakersfield, California.
Gosselin is 1 for 2 in his career against Justin Miller.
Got him. Fastball away. He strikes out. Gosselin to end the inning. The bases left loaded with 2 runs came around on the base hit by Yasmani Tomas. And it's a 7-5 Rockies lead.
Root Sports' newest show, The Club. This week, it's an in-depth look into spring training as we get to know some of the newest faces on the 2016 Rockies, including a guy who's done pretty well tonight, Trevor Story. And we'll also explain why the new outfield addition, Gerardo Parra, feels right at home with his new club. All that, much, much more this week on The Club, tomorrow at 6 p.m. So Christian Adames in the double switch will lead things off. 9-1-2. Blackmon and Story to follow. And the new pitcher for Arizona is Randall Delgado, a guy the Rockies are very familiar with.
And he pitched better coming out of the bullpen than he did as a starter. Since 2013, he's averaged over a strikeout per inning pitched. They're one of those hard throwers coming out of the pen.
I thought that Christian Adames's work this spring in the battle for the shortstop job and his quality work was overshadowed by Trevor Story and hitting, you know, in the mid 300s and all the home runs, because this kid really accounted for himself very well.
If you want to make the argument that if Trevor Story wasn't in camp, Christian Adames earned and won the starting shortstop position easily.
Yep. An all-star last year with Albuquerque in the PCL. Here's the 1-1, 2-1. He's really improved Huey offensively.
Because he's growing up. He knows his swing. He understands what he has to do and what type of player he is. It's a evolving process as a young player. Do I want to try to be a home run hitter? Do I need to hit gap with an occasional power? I'm a switch hitter. I need to be able to get on base. Coming in for double switches, all of that plays into somebody's development. And I said it on the air on our last broadcast, I think on Saturday in our final spring training game. He didn't lose the shortstop job.
No.
Trevor won it. And there's a difference.
Three and 2. On Adames. Rockies have to reset that offense. They had a 7-1 lead, but the Diamondbacks, 2 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, have tightened things up considerably. And this is a big bouncer up the middle. Segura is going to be able to get Christian by a step. Good play by the natural shortstop, Gene Segura, playing on the right side. Make sure you get 50% off your online order at Papa the John's the day after every Rockies victory. Remember the promo code ROCKSWIN, and you'll find it at papajohns.com. Blackmon a line out, an RBI double, and a ground ball to first. Charlie 1 for 3. Takes a strike in the mid-90s.
Well, Delgado this offseason, they were considering bringing him back into the starting rotation up until they signed Zach Greinke and made a trade for Shelby Miller.
Out of play down the left field line.
The stuff is there. Big fastball, good slider. I know he went to start using it a lot more last year, his slider, because when you're coming out of the bullpen, you have to be a 2-pitch pitcher. You don't have time to set your curveball, get the changeup working. Not like a starting pitcher. You need 2 pitches that you can count for.
That's why it makes it so unusual when you see, especially a closer like a Houston Street, who's a 3-pitch pitcher. Fastball, changeup, slider. And Charlie punches this to left, and Tomas is out there, 2 outs. Well, here comes the kid. Trevor Story grounded out to third in his first major league at bat. Then in the 3rd with 2 men on against Zach Greinke. First big league hit, a 3-run home run to give the Rockies a 4-1 lead. Next time up against Greinke on a slider. He reaches down, he swats it about 25 rows deep into the night left field. 2 for 3, 2 home runs, 4 driven in. Now I'm looking at Chris Owings in center field, new to the position. His back is against the wall pretty much.
Why wouldn't it be? 2 home runs totaling about 850 feet.
David Dahl, good buddies with Trevor Story, hard on the ground, just foul. And Trevor, we mentioned that it's happened where guys hit 2 home runs in his major league debut 4 other times since 1913, most recently J.P. Arancibia. But Trevor, Doug did exhaustive research on this. Trevor Story is the first player in Major League history to hit 2 home runs in his big league debut, which came on opening day. How do you like that?
Nice work, Doug.
It was the untold story. Until now.
As Paul Harvey would say. Now you know the rest of
the story.
Dollar, dollar, dollar.
Listen, we gladly are going to.
That's right.
We'll take care of you later.
I will gladly collect too.
I know you will. It's in there, 2-2. Two and two on Trevor with 2 outs in the top of the 6th inning, 7-5 Arizona. Last time the Rockies opening day shortstop was not named Troy Tulowitzki was 2006 when our good friend Clint Barmas started at short for the Rockies. Barmy was just let go late in spring training by Kansas City.
And that was the year after he came in 8th in the voting for National League Rookie of the Year, 2005.
He had an unbelievable opening day against the Padres at 05. Popped up, foul ground on the right side, and it's going to get out of play over the Rockies dugout. Well, he brought a lot of confidence to the ballpark, and I'm sure he brought a lot of nerves also. I don't know if the nerves are completely dissipated, but the confidence has got to be off the charts right now.
Game's easy.
Yeah,
kind of.
I don't know what it is, David. I woke up about 6 this morning thinking it was about opening day. Can you imagine that? We're not even playing. He's going out there making his major league debut.
Right. He'll sleep well tonight. 3-2. And he gets him on a slider. So Delgado a 1-2-3 6th inning. 7-5 Colorado at Chase Field on opening night. Arizona on a Monday night, opening night 2016. Drew Goodman, Ryan Spilborghs, Jeff Houston. Rockies leading 7-5. They did have a 7-1 lead. Unfortunately, Jorge De La Rosa went just 4 2/3. And Justin Miller got the final out of the 5th inning with the bases loaded. It's Nick Ahmed at the top of the order for Arizona here in the 6th. Ahmed's 0 for 2, fly ball to center field and a strikeout. Guess it's kind of fitting that these two teams are playing high-scoring games. 1 and 2 last year in runs scored in the National League. Slider inside, ball 1. The Rockies and their opponents last year averaged 9.76 runs a game, which was the most in baseball. Arizona and their opponents had the 3rd highest scoring games in baseball last year at 8.84. It's 12 up there right now.
Arizona scored 720 runs, just 17 behind the Rockies, who scored 737 runs last year.
Doing a little math. Last year, the Rockies, Coors Field, ballpark factor, relinquished the most runs in baseball. Sure. That's pretty much going to be the situation every year. Arizona, that's a foul tip. Arizona last year was 8th in runs factor. They were 2nd in 2014. What makes this division so interesting is that then you have 3 teams that are perennially in the bottom 10 in runs allowed per game. In fact, San Francisco, AT&T Park, was 30th of the 30 teams in runs factor. And so when you add them all up and then you average it, the division averages around 16. Here's a contrast. Take the American League East. Yankee Stadium's a really good offensive park. Baltimore, where you played, Huey, tremendous offensive park at Camden Yards. The Rockies will visit both Yankee Stadium and Camden Yards this year. Toronto, part of it's the lineup, but Rogers Center is a good offensive park. You also have Tampa in there. So some of it has to do with, in Boston, we know what kind of park that is offensively. So when you look at the road record of the Rockies and the lack of runs, a lot of it has to do with, history tells us that for whatever reasons, it's difficult going from altitude. You experienced it, Spilly, to ball movement on the road. We understand that. But some of it is also Dodger Stadium, AT&T Park, and Petco.
Exactly.
And some of their pitching rotations.
The pitchings are pretty good.
Yes.
Talk about facing Clayton Kershaw and Zach Greinke when he was with the Dodgers. Even the Padres rotation with Tyson Ross and Andrew Cashner, Ian Kennedy,
James Shields.
James Shields.
Slowly hit through the right side, and now you're going to have a 1st and 3rd situation. Nobody out against Justin Miller. The go-ahead run's going to come to the plate, and Chris Owings.
Well, Gene Segura fought a ball off in the 5th inning. Just really pulled the hands in so close to his body, hit it up the middle. Again, pulls his hands in, watch his back right elbow drop down into a slot close to his backside, and he fights it off and pushes it to right field. You have 1st and 3rd, and Steve Foster on the phone to the bullpen once again. Miguel Castro is up for Colorado.
Well, we noticed last year when we were here in September the type of baseball the Diamondbacks were playing. They were below 500, but Chip Hale had them playing with their hair on fire. They were not quitting no matter what the score was.
Owings line shot. Out at 3rd base, Nolan Arenado. Oh, man, how large was that?
I just like the reaction. After he catches it, knows that he has to dive to the base. That's the only way he's going to beat him. Doesn't try to tag, just go right for that base. And then, yeah.
I like how he's starting to move already before the ball is coming to him, knowing he's going to catch and dive to make that play.
First time the ball finds the Gold Glover Nolan Arenado all night, and he makes, you know, it's a relatively easy catch, but he makes a Gold Glove play with his mind.
Anticipation. What am I going to do before the ball is hit?
Here's Goldschmidt all of a sudden with 2 outs and a man on first.
Because it wasn't bad base running by Nick Ahmed. No, he froze like you're supposed to do, but Nolan had the wherewithal to catch it, dive to the bag to get the double play.
Well, they're not off the hook yet.
Not with this cat at the plate. That slider backed up, just missed the inside corner. Goldschmidt, a broken bat ground ball to short, and the inning is over. And the inning's over because Nolan Arenado with the heads-up dive to double off Nick Ahmed. We go to the 7th, the Rockies by 2. Nolan will be coming up, but first Cargo gets to take his turn. It'll be 3, 4, and 5 in the Rockies lineup in the top of the 7th inning against Randall Delgado. Cargo making another opening day start, his 7th opening day start in the Rockies uniform. Made a good pitch to hit. That was out over the plate.
469 batting average career on opening day is 15 for 32.
And he has 3 home runs in his last 4 opening day starts. Well inside, ball and a strike. A home run by Cargo moved him into 6th place on the all-time Rockies home run list with 173. Next up, he's 15 away from tying Tulowitzki. Todd number 1 at 369. Here's the 1-1. Outside. 2 balls and a strike.
15 away. Projecting that out. May?
Well,
May?
you know, listen, it depends, right?
I'm just saying, I mean, was it a second half, you know? And
he's capable.
Yeah.
We know that.
I know Cargo is really proud about being tied with the big cat. He looked up to the cat when he was a kid. And I remember asking him last year when he hit the home run, I believe home run number 40 to tie him with the cat. He had a huge grin on his face just because of the relationship Venezuelans have with the big cat, and watching him with Colorado. That was a guy that Cargo as a kid would watch and idolize.
2-2.
The immortal home run that he hit at Joe Robbie Stadium off of Kevin Brown.
Went out of it, right?
It's still going.
Still going?
Yes.
That was about, I don't know how many rows from the top, but it was in no man's land.
The balls are not supposed to land. Two and two. Good at bat going by Gonzalez. Line to deep center in the 4th inning. Cargo in his career, .302 average, 23 jacks against the club that originally signed him, the Diamondbacks. And Cargo wallops this one foul. I was looking at, we were talking about exit speed, and we're going to look up that home run he hit late tonight. We'll have it for you tomorrow, hopefully. How hard it came off the bat. The 2 guys on the top 25 of hardest hit balls last year, exit speed. Giancarlo Stanton's all over it. Cargo's all over that list. And Delgado wins the battle.
Well, just looking at the scoreboard and looking at who's coming up this inning, this is an inning that the Rockies been preaching about, winning an inning. They need to win an inning right here. They haven't scored in 3 runs. You can feel the momentum kind of shifting back towards the Diamondbacks. When you have Cargo, Nolan, and Parra coming up, you're hoping to at least get some sort of traction to get that momentum back. Even though you have a 2-run lead, you can feel like the momentum's on the Diamondback side.
That's why that double play last inning by Nolan.
Sure.
To get you, back to feeling like, okay, phew.
We're still winning.
Yeah, we're still winning. We dodged a minor catastrophe there.
Yeah, it was enormous. 2-0. Nolan tonight. Sharp ground ball up the middle that ordinarily is a base hit, but Segura was playing up the middle as he is right now. Fly ball to center field and a fly ball to right field. Right field corner. Ball flagged down by David Peralta. Nolan stayed back on that high fastball. It's 2-1. Cody, Mike Trout's a great player. Bryce Harper's a great player. Nolan Arenado is a great player and belongs in that conversation, and it's not to slight either one of the aforementioned players. 2-1.
I just don't understand. I was watching MLB Network this winter, and he wasn't even in the top 20.
And here's Nolan.
Are you kidding me?
Here's Nolan's humility and also how he goes about his business. He said the thing that got him most angry, he said, not that I wasn't in that group. He goes, I know what my peers think of me. He said, and I'm going to go out and continue to work just as hard as I ever have. He said, what bothered me is how many people texted me to tell me that. He said, I had to read all these texts. He goes, I don't care. He goes, I know what I am and what my peers, most importantly, and that with Spilly, Hugh, you guys all play for
Sure.
a long time. That's what you care most about.
It is, but you still like the like a little
recognition.
headline here and there.
Well, and going to what MLB was using was this program called the Shredder. And the Shredder, using advanced metrics, because Nolan's not a high on-base percentage guy, he doesn't take a lot of walks, he got some demerits. And that's the part of the game that you're going to take a high on-base percentage guy that doesn't hit as many homers, doesn't drive in as many RBIs as Nolan, where you take 3 Gold Gloves, 42 home runs, 128 RBIs.
This is popped to shallow right. Peralta is not going to get there. And it's a bloop single for Nolan for his first hit of 2016. So with 1 out, he's on for Parra.
Well, come enjoy the opening day fest outside Coors Field on opening day, April 8th. It's from 11 to 1:30. There'll be interactive games and festivities for all ages. Get your tickets for opening weekend today at Rockies.com outside Coors Field, 21st and Blake Street. It's a 21st, Billy, not 20th. I mean, that's where the front is. You're giving me this look.
I'm like,
but 21st is kind of where they have the
20th.
games.
I swear it was like 20th in Blake.
No, it's 21st is where they have the games, etc.
Okay.
But you're right. The corner of 20th and Blake is where the statue and the main entrance is.
Do you know who the statue is of?
Brad Trickey.
Very good. I only know that because I walked by it right before I came out here.
One and 0 on Gerardo Parra, double back in the third, scored a run, stole a base also in that inning. 1-1. Parra hitting in the 5-hole. Walt likes him there because he may not be the prototypical slugger in the 5-hole, but he's generally going to make contact, runs well, and you can go left, right, left, and then, you know, potentially if Mark Reynolds, as he was or as he is tonight playing, you have another right-handed bat. 2-1. Parra last year was in the 5-hole just 3 times between his time with Milwaukee and then Baltimore.
The other way I look at it too is he's going to be kind of your extra leadoff hitter. If you've got Cargo or Nolan hitting the ball out doing their thing, you got another guy to get on base.
Good point. Yeah, that's a great point. And last year, the vast majority of the time for those 2 teams, he hit either first or second. Talk about versatility with guys who can play a number of spots defensively. It's also nice to have guys like a DJ LeMahieu or a Gerardo Parra who can hit in a number of spots offensively.
Sure. 56 career homers for Parra. Probably doesn't single him out as a prototypical 5-hole hitter, but we've talked it through. You put a guy in a spot where you feel like he can handle the bat with runners in scoring position. That's the most important.
Silvino Bracho. 3-1. And this is roped to right center field. See if it gets in between. Nolan to third. It'll be cut off by Peralta. Here goes Parra easily into second. Nice Rockies debut so far for Gerardo Parra. And the Rockies in business. 2 in scoring position with 1 out. Mark Reynolds, another former Diamondback, coming up.
For Gerardo, takes a fastball that is up and away from him and hits it with that little humpback going into right center field. Nolan's running hard the whole way. And Gerardo, yeah, second double tonight, excuse me, for the former D-back, now Rocky.
Tell you what, if it is any other right fielder besides David Peralta, Nolan Arenado's scoring. Peralta did a fantastic job to get to that ball.
Because normally it might be the center fielder.
That should be a center fielder ball. That right fielder coming to get the baseball, and Stu Cole, knowing what type of arm David Peralta has in right field, kind of had to give Nolan the stop sign.
You know, it's interesting. Tavis Strand, our producer, just shot the clock. We have 30 seconds. Clock expired. Home plate umpire Jeff Kellogg went out. Mike Butcher finished what he was saying, so they got the 45-second meeting. There is no penalty, if you're wondering, but there is now a clock in Major League Stadium, so you're supposed to move it along. But if there's no penalty, I mean, you can pretty much do what you want, right? Is the umpire going to like wrestle the pitching coach back to
that'd be sweet.
Shoot a two-legged takedown? Reynolds chases a slider, and so in one. Mark tonight a single back in the second, a pop out and a fly out.
And this is where you have to get the ball in play.
The infield's in. Reynolds with the dramatic fly ball swing.
These are very, very difficult at bats. And the reason why, Delgado, you don't know what he's going to throw to you. You have first base wide open. I know they're going to try to pitch to you, maybe even try to work the strikeout. You're looking for a pitch that you can handle. You don't know how they're going to come after you. It's one of those at bats where you almost have to be so fine in what you're trying to look for. But then you may miss the opportunity to hit a slider up in the zone. These are extremely difficult at bats given the situation.
1-1. Well, nothing straight yet. You would imagine that pattern's going to continue.
You're not going to get anything straight. Nothing that you can handle because they can afford to miss out of the strike zone. They can afford to miss with fastballs in. They can afford to miss with fastballs up.
Ninth opening day for Mark Reynolds. Nick Hundley's on deck. Arenado at third, Parra at second. 7-5 Colorado. And yet another slider, 2-2.
That might be it. I mean, slider.
But here's the thing.
Not going to throw the heater to him.
You may see a 2-2 fastball right down the middle and be caught off guard by it. These are those strange at bats. You know, you almost throw the fastballs in the opposite count.
So pitching backwards.
Yes.
Castillo wants him to shake before he gives him a pitch. I'm a big believer that in the psychology of the game. So you go up, you get yourself your thoughts regathered, and you think, all right, you know what, I'm looking off speed here, and then you see the shake, and now your mind's messed up a little bit.
Just step.
I think it does.
And he went with a changeup, and he strikes out Reynolds. 2 outs.
Well, instead of the slider, he throws the split down, turns it over, comes out of the hand looking like a fastball. Mark is swinging at it like it's a fastball, and the bottom drops out.
Nick Hundley is 1 for 2 and a walk, trying to produce a 2-out knock.
Ryan Rayburn has come to the on-deck circle.
Andrew Chafin from the left side in the Diamondbacks bullpen.
Well, he's not thrown a fastball in 7 straight pitches.
Seven runs, 12 hits for Colorado, 5 runs, 10 hits for Arizona. Neither team has committed an error. Two and 0.
8 straight off-speed pitches. And again, this is where we kind of look at relief pitching. When you have fastballs that are 94, 95 miles an hour, and you have 2 straight at bats where you haven't seen a fastball, I mean, where is your brain taking you? You're trying to sell out and hit the fastball, and a fastball pitcher is all of a sudden become an off-speed pitcher.
Doesn't make much sense.
Does not make sense.
Especially what's going through your mind right now? It's a 2-0 count. It's the fastball count of all counts.
It's got to be.
And again, an off-speed pitch. And this is interesting to your point, because you're not talking about a quote-unquote soft tossing, right? This is a mid-90s guy. It's a guy who ought to be proud of his fastball, and we haven't seen one in a month. 3-0 on Hundley. Again with Ryan Rayburn in the on-deck circle. And even on 3-0, he went slider.
You have to sit here, slider.
I don't know what you're sitting for anymore.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm coming unglued on fastball. I'm saying, okay, they've thrown 11 straight off-speed pitches. Here it comes. I'm gonna get it right here.
I don't know. I'm almost with Huey. I'm almost. You got to sit slider, right? Well, it was a slider, and it's ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Ryan Rayburn's been called back to the dugout, and Ben Paulson is going to come up.
They'll go to Chafin, their left-hander.
Yeah,
and
then you go back to Rayburn.
Yeah. We'll just wait until he's announced. He's announced. Chip will play his hand.
So Chafin will take over, and we'll find out if it'll be Ben Paulson or if the Rockies will burn Paulson and go back to Rayburn. 7-5 Colorado. Let's check our Cooney Lexus look back in a 7-5 game. Trevor Story, big league debut. He goes into the history books. Not 1, but 2 home runs so far in the game. Both off of the great Zach Greinke. 5th player with 2 home runs in their big league debut. First to ever do it on an opening day. Jake Lamb had a 2-run home run in the 4th to make it 7-3 off De La Rosa. Jorge could not get out of the 5th inning. He gave up 2 runs in that frame before Justin Miller had to put out the fire in the 5th. The Rockies had the bases loaded, and Ben Paulson was announced. He was called back. Ryan Rayburn will pinch hit, so the Rockies will get the right on left matchup, but they'll burn a player to do it. So now on their bench in a 2-run game, Barnes and Tony Walters, the backup catcher. Ryan Rayburn, professional hitter, signed by the Rockies after spring training had begun.
And last year he hit .325 against left-handers, and for his career .264.
He's faced Chafin twice, and he's 0 for 2 and 2 groundouts.
Arenado singled. He's at third. Parra doubled. He's at second. Hundley just walked. And this ball's a big chopper to third, and that'll end the inning. So the Rockies threaten. They do not score. And it remains 7-5. Stretch time, middle 7 on opening night. We're going to stick around for a rendition of God Bless America here at Chase Field.
Great nation with the singing of God Bless America.
We'll have a chance to interact with some very special guests every Tuesday on the Twitter Talk Takeover. We'll have some of the top names in sports taking over the Root Sports Twitter account. Tomorrow's guest is former Rocky LaTroy Hawkins. That's right, Hawk will be joining us. Make sure to tune in and tweet your questions for Hawk at Root Sports _RM during tomorrow's game against the Diamondbacks. We'll tell you again tomorrow. Got to if you didn't take copious notes just now. Rockies up 7-5. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Boone Logan will take over at Chase Field. 4, 5, and 6 in Chip Hale's lineup. Wellington Castillo, David Peralta, and Yasmani Tomas against the veteran Boone Logan.
Got a late start in spring training. Had 7 string training appearances, couple hits, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts, and 5 1/3. 23 holds in 60 games.
Castillo takes a strike, 0 for 3 tonight. Miguel Castro also up for the 2nd time tonight in the Rockies' pen. Hard throwing young right-hander the Rockies got as part of that Tulowitzki deal from Toronto. Outside. 2 balls and a strike.
That was 2 years ago, 2013, with the Yankees. That Boone was against right-handed hitters. A 239 batting average. Last year was over 300.
And he sprays that fastball. He falls behind 3-1. High pop-up may be playable, and it's going to be close. Wow, it was playable for Mark Reynolds, but it was so close to that dasher board that when he took a glance and then looked back up, he no longer had an opportunity to make the catch.
When that board comes out 6 to 8 inches from the rest of the wall.
It's one of the largest foul territory areas in baseball.
You watch that. Still thought he might have had a chance to get that because it went off the edge of his glove.
Line shot, caught by Story. 1 out.
He's playing right on the edge of the dirt and the grass. The ball's crossing the plate. Do you see that little hop he gave before that ball was hit? It's almost like a tennis player when they're receiving a serve. You see that hop, and that's what he had. When that ball's crossing the plate, he's got the hop, feet hit the ground, he's on the balls of his feet, he can move laterally.
Well, and how important is it for the middle infielders to know what the pitch is coming as well?
That's huge, because you can anticipate. As long as the pitcher's doing his thing and hitting his spots, you can lean one way or the other.
Would you tell the third baseman or
Yes.
first baseman when off speed was coming?
Yeah, just a little whistle. I mean, as the pitcher came set, not too soon to give it away.
0-1 on Peralta, 0-2 on Peralta.
Trevor, right there, he was already kind of leaning to that side. And that's the advantage a second baseman and a shortstop have over the corner guys. They can track the ball all the way from the pitcher's hand to the catcher. Corner guys first and third, they see when the pitch is leaving the hand and then pick up the catcher. They can't track the ball.
Nice job by Boone on 3 pitches. He strikes out Peralta. 2 gone in the 7th for Arizona, and that'll bring up Tomas, who's got 2 hits and 3 at bats, including a double, and he had a 2-run, 2-out single in the 5th that tightened this game to 2 runs.
MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is now available. Join the millions of subscribers. Watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 devices.
Yasmani Tomas, a native of Cuba. Last year there were 28 natives of Cuba to play in the big leagues.
I would expect to see a lot more in the next coming years.
Well, with the changes diplomatically, I guarantee we will see more. Thankfully, they don't have to go through what so many Cubans did to get here in the past.
And I have very dark views of that whole industry on how some of the players have found their way to the United States. Leonis Martin was one of the players that gave me his story, and the stories are heartbreaking.
2-2.
Jose Contreras gave me one of his stories. Again, I mean, most of these stories that you hear from the Cuban defectors, they're awful.
They're gut-wrenching.
Jose Fernandez, helping his mom,
yep,
who had fallen off. into the water.
Yeah. 2-2. And this ball is going to be handled by Gerardo Parra. And it's a 1-2-3 inning from Boone Logan in the 7th. We turn the page to inning number 8. The Rockies leading 7-5. Rockies trying to start 2016 with a win in the desert, and they're up 7-5 as we go to the top of the 8th inning. Drew Goodman with Jeff Houston and Ryan Spilborghs, and the Rockies will have Christian Adames, switch hitting infielder, will lead it off his second at bat of the ball game. He came in a double switch for DJ LeMahieu in the 5th. Then the top of the order, Charlie Blackmon, Trevor Story. For the moment, it remains Andrew Chafin on the mound for Arizona. Christian, a little more than a year ago, won a Winter League batting title in the Dominican. He's gotten stronger. One of the things that Orlando Fernandez was telling us during spring training, he's really started to grow up. I don't mean grow up maturity-wise. He's a great kid. Just the body starting to look like a big leaguer.
Not only that, it's the importance of playing winter ball. It's almost been something that's been lost upon many American players that have stopped doing it. Latin players typically will play winter ball, and you'll see the big name guys going and playing well into the winter.
Well, you were saying there was a 3-year span that you played over 600 baseball games.
Oh yeah, I was getting about 220 games a year, just because I was doing the major league season with spring training, and then you're adding another 30, 40, 50 games with winter ball. So my math adds up wrong. It was a lot of games, and during that time, it makes you a better player.
Good swing.
Where'd you play?
I played in Ciudad Obregón, same team that Vinny Castilla played for.
I was in Mexico.
I was down in Mexico. Los Yaquis.
Chad Qualls, initially in his first year at the Rockies, will handle the 8th inning. He went. So with one out, that'll bring up Charlie Blackmon, and you know who this is. This is the newest Rockies fan. This is Tatum, and Tatum is the granddaughter of Jeff and Wendy Houston. Lindsey Houston gave birth just several days ago. Congratulations, Grandpa.
Yeah, so my daughter doesn't have a Twitter account, so my son tweeted it for her. She's ready to go, though. She's got the Rocky gear on.
Yes, she is.
She'll be at opening day on Friday.
I'm still getting used to saying Grandpa to you, man.
We need a rally out of Tatum right now.
That's right, we do. We need a rally, a couple runs.
Put the rally cap on her, Lindsey.
Rally cap on.
Wake her up. Put the rally cap on.
No, don't wake her up.
No, never wake up a sleeping baby.
For a rally?
Right now, Stacy's back at home with your two little ones saying, what is my husband saying?
Yeah.
1 ball, 1 strike. Charlie had doubled to drive in a run in the 3rd. Trevor Story on deck. Rockies have left 7 on. The Diamondbacks have left 7 on.
I think we always talk about the growth of Charlie Blackmon and how much better he's become as a player.
I think that trend continues just because of how hard he works.
Self-evaluation too. What do I need to improve on this year that I didn't have last year?
I think it was, if we look at a guy like DJ LeMahieu, and Charlie's starting to fall into the same mold where you do what you're comfortable doing. You're staying in your lane. He's not trying to be something more than what he's capable of. He's just doing what he does consistently every single day. And that takes time for a major league player to get that.
Good eye, 3-2. Chafin out of Kent State.
Very valuable part of this bullpen for Chip Hale.
A lot of room in that gap in right center field. Ball 4, good AB.
Great AB.
So now you have speed aboard with 1 out. Rockies +2 on the scoreboard. And here comes Trevor Story. Jimmy John's delivery of the game. Not once, but twice. Trevor Story, first big league hit, a big fly. Against Zach Greinke, a 3-run jack. And then his next time against Greinke, took a slider deep into the evening. What a night for the 23-year-old shortstop from Irving, Texas. 45th pick in the 1st round, a supplemental #1 right out of high school by the Rockies. Billy Schmidt's a proud guy today, and he ought to be. Vice President of Scouting for the Rockies.
Well,
this is one heck of a find.
Well, and they had that pick because Octavio Dotel had left. He was there, they left, so they got the pick for him.
Yep, free agent sign.
That's why those picks are really valuable. And A.J. Preller was criticized for not trading some of those veteran guys when the season went south last year, but they got some picks eventually in the offseason when they went elsewhere.
And that's the argument that you hear, is that the players that were offered for an Ian Kennedy was not worth what you can get with the supplemental draft pick.
Yeah, potentially. And the same thing with Justin Upton. Dotel's out of baseball now. This kid's going to be in baseball for a long time. And his eyes improved, Spilly. It's part of the process of getting to the big leagues, which you guys know very well. Few guys actually get here. But he had some seasons in the minor leagues where he really struggled, and it would strike out a lot. In one year, he hit in the low 200s. But he was always able to keep the confidence intact, and he continued to work on his game.
You see that tweet from Pedro Martinez? He thinks that the Rockies knew something that nobody else did, being able to hit Greinke. That is a typical starting pitcher, right? If they get beat up, that the hitters had to have known something. They knew the sign, or there's a guy in the lamp in center field flashing for fastball, turning it off when it's off speed. Sometimes hitters have the pitcher's number.
Well, then explain the first 2 innings when Greinke was, mowing guys
Carving him
down.
out.
Yep.
Made an adjustment.
I think part of Trevor Story's success last year and in spring training, he started to use that right side of the field.
Well, that's the most important, and Huey, you can attest to it too. When you're able to hit the ball opposite field, it opens up the entire strike zone for you as a hitter.
Because then you're not worried about getting beat inside. That's always every hitter's fear. Oh, they're going to beat me inside. I can't let that happen because I'm macho. But then once you hit the ball the other way, they go, oh, I can handle that now. And even if I get beat inside every once in a while, so what?
And there's a lot of hits to right field or left field. There's a lot of hits in the opposite field gap.
2-1. Pulled past our man Stu Cole at third.
I think looking at Charlie Blackmon last year and the steals he had, 43 steals, ranked him third in the National League, right behind Dee Gordon and Billy Hamilton. 58 and 57 for those 2 guys. 43 for Charlie Blackmon. That was not a number I don't think he ever anticipated getting to at the start of the season.
No, but he studies pitchers' moves like some guys study pitchers throwing to home and pitching. He works on that part of the game.
2-2. Story smokes it, and was he on the bag? No. And the ball was dropped. Wow. Nick Ahmed, who's about 6'2", needed that and the good leaping ability to snare that line drive.
And the perfect timing of the leap. Sometimes you'll jump too soon. Other times you don't jump soon enough. He timed that one just right to get Trevor, but hit it on the nose.
And as hard as that was hit, even though Owings was shaded toward left center field, that may have gone all the way to the wall and Charlie would have scored.
And the top spin.
Now let me ask you this, Huey. Is this a situation where you tell Charlie you're not allowed to steal, or is this...
you put the stop sign on.
Okay.
Cargo goes the other way. And Charlie's gonna, well, I thought for a moment he was gonna press it to third, and he wisely shut it down. He's already in scoring position. There are 2 outs, and you don't want to take the bat out of Nolan Arenado's hands. Was a good piece of hitting by Cargo.
Well, with the shift, the way it was, pitches away from him, left on left, just hits it over to left field. I mean, that's at the shortstop position. I mean, there's nobody within 75 feet of him. And then Tomas ranged it over. I didn't think he was going to be able to stop that.
I didn't think he was going to get it either. I thought he was going to kick at it. He made a good play to be able to reach back and stop it and get the ball in time to prevent Charlie to go into third base.
And with that, they're going to make a defensive change in left field in addition to the mound. We'll tell you about both when we come back.
Colorado Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By OfficeLiquidators.com, Colorado's lowest prices, largest selection of new, used, and refurbished office furniture. And by Subaru. Love, it's what makes a Subaru a Subaru. 7-5 Colorado. They had traffic last inning, couldn't get a big hit when they needed it. Silvino Bracho now with traffic. 2 on and 2 outs. Nolan Arenado coming up. Bracho last year got a taste of the big leagues, 13 ball games. Nolan a base hit in his last at bat, a bloop single to right. He's 1 for 4. Charlie Blackmon walked. He's at second. Cargo a laser base hit to left a moment ago. He's at first. Bracho from the same home city as Carlos Gonzalez. He's from Maracaibo in Venezuela.
Signed in 2011. Take a look at the arms for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He just brought Brito in. He's the best outfielder they have as far as arm strength, accuracy, charging the ball, everything. Chris Owings, the infielder in center field, but still has a strong arm. Accuracy, not as much because he's transitioning from the infield to the outfield. And then David Peralta, a lot like Brito. Very strong, very accurate. Base hit, you got to get on your horse and get going.
Put a play on, and Charlie dives back in. Segura.
It's the second time tonight they've tried to pick off at second base. Those are the things you work on in spring training. You usually put them in your back pocket once the season starts, but you're still fresh because
working on them so much, might as well use them.
Well,
right?
it's spring training still only 10 miles down the road, if that far.
One strike on Nolan. Nolan drives it deep to left field. He's got a chance to fly. 3-run jack. Nolan Arenado, and the Rockies go up 10-5. .42 last year. Number 1 in 2016. What a time for it.
Now you don't have to worry about what the arms are like. You hit him in the seats, it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Got a hanging breaking pitch. He knew it. Bracho knew it. And some much needed breathing room.
Yes.
You know, last year, Nolan had 130 RBIs. It's the first time since 2008 that that an RBI leader had beaten somebody else by 20 RBIs or more. You have to go back to 2008, as I mentioned. Ryan Howard had 146. David Wright had 124.
Wow.
10 runs on opening day at Miller Park in Milwaukee last year. 10 runs tonight at Chase Field in Phoenix. Parra's had a nice ball game. Here's the 0-1. And if this stays fair, it's going to drop, and it will. And here goes Parra trying to hunt a double, and he's got himself his second double of the night. Check it, his third double of the night. How about that for his Rockies debut?
Out of the box. He knows it's going to fall down. He knows this already. We talked about Brito. He says, I'm going to challenge it because we're up by 5. I can do that.
Great chance to take advantage of it as well. You got 2 outs. Put yourself in scoring position. Give Mark Reynolds a chance to maybe get a base hit right here. Get another run on board.
The other thing about tonight, you look at it offensively, every starter has a knock. How big is that?
It's huge. 15 hits tonight for the Rockies. Mark Reynolds, a base hit back in the second. The first hit the Rockies got against Greinke. They chased him after 4. They had 6 runs on 7 hits against Greinke in the third, the worst inning he suffered in several years.
First time he allowed 3 home runs since 2009 when he was pitching for the Royals. Ball and a strike on Reynolds. Another one of those guys from the Chesapeake area of Virginia. Grew up playing with the Upton brothers, with Ryan Zimmerman, David Wright, Michael Kadire, a little bit ahead of that group. And he went on to start at the University of Virginia.
Can you imagine him with an aluminum bat before the BB core?
No. How'd you like to play third base?
No.
He was pointing at some of the home runs he hit. He hit a ball into TGI Fridays, right into somebody's dinner.
Baseball with the soup.
Yeah.
It's a baseball drop soup, not egg drop.
Yeah. So much in his career has been made of the strikeouts, and you know he's very mature about it. You are who you are. Now, sure, there's a trade-off. He's going to strike out some. Everybody knows that. That's who he is. He's also going to hit some balls that they show a couple movies on.
Dave Kingman.
Yeah. Ball 4. So Mark Reynolds jogs down to first. 2 on for Nick Hundley. Nick's been on 3 times this evening. For the Rockies win total to improve, there's some obvious things. They have to pitch a whole lot better. Everybody knows that. But part of that is reducing the walks and hopefully increasing the number of strikeouts, the power game, especially late in ball games. Offensively on the road, for the Rockies to improve that road record, which has always been problematic, on base percentage on the road, Spilly. So these walks, and I know now the Rockies are up 5. But these walks can't be dismissed. These quality at bats we've seen throughout this first ball game.
Well, let's just look at this inning. Charlie Blackmon works a walk. How important that was to start off the inning and just kind of build that momentum. If you ground out second base, you don't fight for that walk. It changes the whole dynamic of the inning. Then you talk about Trevor Story lining out. All these different things happen because your ability to get on base.
Here's the 0-1 to Nick. And that misses everything. And now 2 in scoring position on the wild pitch.
Need an Inspector Gadget arm to go up and try to catch that ball.
Well, Bracho last year had over 12.41 strikeout per 9 in those 12 innings, and so far he hasn't shown any sort of command and nothing to swing and miss for the Rockies hitters.
Rockies have hit 4 home runs tonight. 2 by Trevor Story, 1 by Carlos Gonzalez, and 1 a few moments ago with 2 aboard from Nolan Arenado. 2-1. Quality takes.
And they're not jumping out at the ball. You can see that they're picking it up. They're seeing the ball. Very soft landing when they go to stride.
Brandon Barnes on deck to pinch hit if Nick can reach. Here's a 2-1 from Bracho.
Ooh. Not sure about that one. Looked like it was caught by Castillo, and you see that on the Subaru strike zone where he catches it, and then watch him pull his hand back to make it appear like a strike. That's a stolen strike.
And Nick won't say anything because he's got to work 6 more outs with Jeff Kellogg behind the plate. Always a delicate situation for a catcher when he's at the plate offensively on a borderline call. 2-2. Runs inside, 3-2. Parra is at third after his 3rd double of the night. Mark Reynolds at second. It's Barnsey. This driven to right, Peralta's there to end the inning. In the inning, the Rockies extend their lead to 5 runs again on a 3-run home run from Nolan Arenado. Flies tonight as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Boone Logan's going to be on for at least 1 more hitter. Take a look at our CenturyLink link to what's next. Tomorrow, game 2 of 162. Chad Bettis for the Rockies, coming off a very fine season last year. And Shelby Miller, who was acquired in the offseason from Atlanta in a big trade, will go for Arizona. Bettis and Miller tomorrow. So Jake Lamb leading off for Arizona. Walt will stay with Boone Logan.
There'll be a couple hitters because Brito with the double switch is due after Lamb.
1, 2, 3, 7th inning for Boone, including a strikeout of David Peralta, the only left-handed bat he saw in the 7th. Hard ground ball to second. Adames waits for Mark Reynolds, 1 out. And here comes Brito.
Don't miss the action when the New York Yankees make a rare appearance at Coors Field. That's on June 14th and 15th. Get your tickets today. Go to 303 Rockies. Go online to Rockies.com/tickets, but don't miss out on the Yankees coming to Coors Field June 14th and 15th. Rockies also go to New York and play the Yankees this year.
Yeah, they play the AL East this year. I'm sure most of you folks have studied the schedule, but if you have not, sometimes, a lot of times we see Rockies fans on the road. They'll be in Boston this year. They'll be in Baltimore in addition to the Bronx. Tampa and Toronto, and the Yankees will be at Coors Field from the American League East. You have the Texas two-stepping, you know, every year it alternates. Houston one year, the Rangers the next year. This is the Rangers' turn, so the Rockies will play 2 at home against the defending AL West champs, and they'll play 2 in Arlington. And a strikeout of Brito. Boone Logan, man, it's been impressive. A couple strikeouts. He's got the first 5 hitters he's faced, and see if Walt will make a move. Yep, he's going to 2 outs and nobody on. I thought, oh, he may just let him go against Nick Ahmed.
Yeah, but you don't want to throw. I mean, he's 19 pitches, 14 for strikes.
So a great debut in 2016 for Boone Logan. He'll hand the baseball to Walt, and we'll come back with the pitching change. Rockies leading 10-5. Here comes Chad Qualls. Five on the strength of 4 home runs tonight. Upstairs with Ryan Spilborghs and Jeff Houston. Welcome again officially to opening night. I'm Drew Goodman. Not much to talk about, though.
I don't know. I'm about to head down to the clubhouse to get some sound and player interviews.
Hey, you know what?
Just in case.
Get this kid, Trevor Story.
Never heard of him.
Yep. Well, make sure you interview him.
You want to hear from Trevor Story?
You want to listen? You can't go wrong. You pick anybody down there. Everybody's
Cargo,
played pretty well.
Nolan.
It's been an offensive explosion. 10 runs, 15 hits. Chad Qualls, another guy making his Rockies debut, but certainly not his big league debut. He has many seasons in the sun. Last year, 60 games with Houston. The thing you love, and you know Jeff Bridich and his team loved about Chad Qualls, he doesn't walk people. He's going to give up a double here, though, to Nick Ahmed. That'll bring up Gene Segura.
Gene Segura.
Segura tonight, a couple of fly balls and a couple of base hits. 2 for 4. In fact, the last time the Rockies scored 10 runs in a road game was opening day last year in Milwaukee. It's one of the reasons that I think the Rockies like starting on the road, and they had to love this schedule because it's a few minutes from their training facility in North Scottsdale. To starting on a road in probably a similar environment to what you've been playing in for 6 weeks. And obviously starting in Arizona, it's the exact same. So it gives the Rockies maybe a head start in what is a problematic area, and that's hoping to accumulate road wins. It certainly worked, at least initially last year. Obviously, after the first few weeks, they couldn't keep that pace up on the road.
They won the first 6 out on the road last year, and I don't think they'd be adverse to going out for 6 or 7, maybe even 10 days.
You're right.
Out on the road.
Pitch by Qualls, 2-2. Arizona has produced 11 hits tonight. Baseball's a marathon, Spilly, and every baseball player realizes that good day, bad day, that there's typically a game the next day. But there's an adrenaline rush that exists on opening day that, short of the playoffs, you don't have on a regular basis.
You're right. You get a win in the opening day, you feel like you're going to win 162.
Ground ball to second. Adames with the sure hands. And that's all in the bottom of the 8th for Arizona. Spilly, do not get stuck in the elevator as you were before the ball game. Spilly's on the way to the clubhouse.
Sweating just thinking about that. Stop it.
Up 10-5. Wants $1 for that, by the way. Brandon Barnes is going to pinch hit here in the 8th spot, the pitcher spot. Silvino Bracho still on the hill, and he pours it over the outside corner for a strike. Rockies got 6 in the 3rd against Greinke. Added a run in the 4th against Greinke on another Trevor Story home run. 0-2. And then the huge 3-run home run from Arenado, because momentum had kind of swung back to Arizona. They were down 7-1. They got a couple runs, 7-3. They got a couple runs, 7-5. And then Nolan with the 3-run home run, the big separator.
Well, and he also had that double play to help kind of squash that one rally.
Yep, that hit Barnesy, so he'll go down to first. On an 0-2 pitch, he got plunked.
That's the best. There's never a good time to get hit, but when you're in the ditch 0-2 and it grazes your jersey without leaving a mark, you'll take that.
You'll take it. There was a guy back with the Cubs, another one of your old teams, but I know you didn't play with him, Huey. He's much older. Ron Hunt, who got hit 50 times one year, and part of his strategy is he wore like a quadruple XL, and he wasn't that big a guy.
Just to get hit by the baseball.
Rockies will close this year initially with Jake McGee, who was acquired from Tampa. But McGee's not up right now with the Rockies up 5. It's Miguel Castro, who initially last year was closing for Toronto as a 20-year-old.
Broke camp with them last year.
And there's Miguel.
The 3rd time he's up tonight. It's a rule of thumb. You get him up 3 times and he has to go in the game, or he's done for the night.
That's why it's so important for young players. George always used to point this out, that young players have to learn how to warm up, when to really pick it up and when, slow play a little bit so you don't leave all your bullets in the bullpen.
Yeah, and that only comes with experience, seeing what's happening during the game. And it's harder for a young kid than it is, say, for a Chad Qualls, because Chad or Jake McGee, they know when they're going in the game. Sometimes the younger ones with Miguel might not be sure. He could be used in the 6th. It might not be till the 8th. It could be one guy. It could be a whole inning. It could be an inning plus.
One, 2, and that's tied 2-2. You have good speed at first in Brandon Barnes, and in this ballpark, I don't think it's an etiquette thing for me. I know it's the 9th inning, it's 3 more outs, up 5 runs. I wouldn't, if I'm on the other side, I wouldn't look at that as.
Oh, they're still holding him on too.
Well, that tells you.
That tells you. Now, if they were playing a step or 2 behind, then no, you wouldn't run.
I think this ballpark similar to Coors Field in that, yeah, 5 runs is a significant lead. However, Adames, a ground ball to second and a strikeout. But Bracho has missed high, he's missed in the dirt.
Throwing a few to the backstop. Not just high, you see on the Subaru strike zone, and all over the place. But now with a 3-2 count, now I wouldn't be mad or anything if I'm in the opposing dugout, the runner took off, try to stay out of the double play.
It's a good baseball move.
Yeah.
Barnes is running, and this is line to center. It's going to hold up for Owings, and his throw is not gathered in at first base by Goldschmidt. So a line out by Adames for the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up Charlie Blackmon for the 6th time tonight.
Christian hit this as hard as he could. Brandon's looking, doesn't think he's going to be able to catch it. Chris Owings close. Made the catch, but that's where not having that outfield experience, a longer arm action, more accuracy hurt Chris. It was a good jump on the baseball. Catch it. Real good jump.
Here's Charlie, a double and a walk tonight. 1 for 4. He scored a couple runs. He's driven 1 in. Strike 1. 5 straight road openers for the Rockies. Last time they opened here was 2009, and the game started with Ryan Spilborghs at the plate, and he got plunked.
Spilly leading off the ball game.
And he wore one. Got to mention that when he was still up here. Rockies are 12-11 all time in season openers. Two and one. Tell you, Arizona's marched a couple guys out of the bullpen who are really deliberate. I mean, Rafael Betancourt back home in Orlando's looking on saying, boy, these guys work slow. Bracho, Delgado.
It's supposed to be a speed up rule, right?
They didn't get the memo.
So you get a bonus point, Drew, if you remember the starting pitcher that hit Spilly in 2009.
You know what? I'm gonna. Was Brandon Webb still? I'm gonna go with Brandon Webb.
Of course, Brandon Webb hit me. He was scared of me.
Oh.
Yeah, so you made it down the elevator.
Yeah, you didn't get stuck this time, huh?
No, I did not get stuck. That was the worst feeling of all time.
Getting stuck or getting hit by Brandon Webb's super sinker?
No. You know what's great about Brandon Webb? Brandon Webb had a great sense of humor, and I saw him one time outside of the stadium, and I knew I was going to face him the next day, and I told Brandon the best way to hit a sinker ball pitcher is by eating a donut, because we call donut sinkers. So I looked at Brandon and I said, you know, I'm going to have a donut before I face you tomorrow. He goes, good, because I'll have 6. I'm like, dang, he's beat me again.
He out-sinkered you.
I think that's everyone's worst nightmare is that I think we've had it as baseball players. You picture yourself in the parking lot without your uniform on, with your name being called. Now batting.
I've had it so many times. Yeah.
And that's what it felt like today. I'm in the elevator getting a phone call from our producer. Where are you? And I'm sprinting down the exit, the fire exit, trying to get.
Flop sweating like network.
And you have to tell them why, because you were going to do a hit on the pregame show.
Yeah. Security guards chasing me down.
By the way, while you were in the elevator moments ago, our friend in the studio, Corey Sullivan, had a story pun. So he owes you as well.
And Mark had one too.
Did Mark throw one out there as well?
I like it. I mean, I like the story puns. They're just, it's fun to make a game out of it, because I think people are doing it on accident.
I don't know any way around it right now.
Exactly.
It's a pretty big story.
Yes.
Nice. Dollar.
2 and 2. Charlie probably woke up at 6 in the morning and had that game face on already. I asked him recently, the last time he shaved, he said, you know, I think that would have to be August of 2013. I think that's what he said.
He remembers the month.
Three and 2. Let's see if
you get the runner
Barnes
going again.
is running again. Tell you this much, it was a sellout crowd of more than 48,000, and half have left now. Runner going, and a towering pop-up shallow left. Brito calls off Ahmed. So here's Trevor Story, the 3-run home run in the second, solo shot in the fourth, and then he hit an absolute rocket that Nick Ahmed climbed the ladder at short and caught last inning. What a major league debut for 23-year-old Trevor Story. Ball one. And I'm sure it's wandering through many of your minds out there that have stayed with us late into the night in the Mountain Time Zone. Nobody has ever hit 3 home runs in a big league debut, opening day or otherwise. Go ahead and become the first, Trevor.
Just put your foot down, write the story, however you want to say it.
2-0.
Well, he's got the count to do it, 2-0.
Yes, he does.
Took the swing.
He took the swing to do it also. A little
Back,
tilt in that swing.
Yeah, back shoulder dip, knee driving down to the ground to create the elevation. Pitch is coming in, back shoulder goes down. That's all right. What you do when you have a 2-0 count.
2-2.
He's had 2 pitches on the Subaru strike zone. Pitch 3 and 4. Thigh high, inner third.
And that's fouled off out of play. Barnes was hit by an 0-2 pitch to lead off the inning. Adames lined out, Blackman popped out to left, and now it's 2-2 on Trevor Story. Strike 3. So Bracho freezes Story. Will go to the bottom of the 9th inning. The Rockies looking for 3 more outs. Three-run home run off Zach Greinke, and then Cargo would follow that up with a line shot for a home run. Story in the 4th inning would go deep after the 6-run 3rd inning by Colorado, and then Nolan Arenado in a 7-5 game hit this 3-run home run in the 8th inning to give the Rockies the lead. They're currently enjoying 10-5. 15 hits for the Rockies on this opening day. Back-to-back years they've scored 10 runs on the road after blanking Milwaukee 10-0 in Miller Park last year. And Miguel Castro in 18 games after the trade last year from Toronto went 0-3. Struggled with his command last year. The 4 saves were not with the Rockies, they were with the Toronto Blue Jays. He spent some time in the minor leagues also last year. He has a big arm. He's 21-year-old, won't be 22 until the day before Christmas this year. He's from La Romana in the Dominican Republic.
And that's why he was the youngest player to appear in the National League last year. If you remember, the only other guy that was younger was Mondesi, and he didn't show up until the World Series.
That's right. Chris Owings tonight, 1 for 4, an infield hit in the 5th inning. And the 1-0 swung on and missed at 96. One of the biggest plays of this game. 2 men on in the 6th inning with nobody out. Chris Owings hit a sinking line drive that Nolan Arenado, his 1st and 3rd. Nolan Arenado gloved and then dove to the bag to double off Nick Ahmed when it looked like Arizona could produce a pretty significant rally. And here's that play with Owens at the plate.
Because what you don't see also in that shot after the double play, because you had Paul Goldschmidt on deck. And that's when it gets real dicey.
1-2. Slider, foul tip, held by Nick Hundley. And Castro has struck out Owings. 1 gone in the 9th inning.
He comes in, throws that 96-mile-an-hour fastball and finishes him off with an 81-mile-an-hour slider that gets the knees to buckle momentarily by Chris Owens.
One strike on Goldschmidt. 0 for 3 and a walk back in the 5th inning. And a slider, and it's 1-2. This kid's going to get bigger. I mean, he's still a puppy, and he's 6'5", 190.
And loose arm action.
Really loose arm action. I mean, he's already 96 to 100. Here's the 1-2, and the wicked slider misses. And Doug just handed me a note. This game, get this, is now the longest 9-inning game in Diamondbacks history at 4 hours, 2 minutes, and counting. Hopefully it goes about 4:04. And then the Rockies are shaking hands. Three and 2.
You'll take the 4:04 when you've got the W on your side.
And however long it takes, if you're shaking hands. Tomorrow, a night game. And then Wednesday afternoon. Thursday's an off day. Rockies home opener Friday against the Padres. On the ground to second. 2 gone. And that'll bring up Wellington Castillo, the backstop for Arizona's 0 for 4. Strike one at 96 from Miguel. Conley sets up shop over the outside corner, and that's a changeup.
Very often you'll see it might have been a cross up.
It
just the way it appeared, but you don't see that with
nobody on base. But certainly the way Nick caught that, and then the look and the little conversation. Slider, strike two. It's not just the fastball that's increased dramatically the last 5-10 years, a couple miles an hour really over the last 10 years, because the arm speed, the sliders increased.
Yes.
Pulled foul.
Yeah, you see the fastballs at 95 to 97, and then that's when that spin rate comes into play on the sliders.
Sure. And so Castillo cheated a little bit, which you have to when a guy's throwing in the upper 90s. Which, if you're catching, you're probably thinking, all right, perfect time to throw that slider again. See if Nick's thinking along those lines. 1-2 with 2 outs and nobody on in the ninth. One-two. It was a slider, and it's in the dirt. 2-2.
This is where he's young, that experience that he got with Toronto to start the year last year, it just helps you immensely.
Yeah, invaluable. Slows down the game a little bit for you.
Slows your heartbeat down.
2-2. Slider. Whoa, Miguel Castro was walking off, getting ready to shake hands, but a smidgen, and I mean a smidgen outside.
Barely, but the 10-5 game. Seen umpires call that before. Jeff Kellogg did not.
That was well received by Nick also. 3-2 on Castillo. The thing you like about that fastball, Huey, and you always put the hitting shoes back on. That was at 95, but that had some movement to it.
It reminds me a little bit of a ball, though, with the way that ball would come back if he started it away, and as hard as it is. I mean, balls might have even been a touch harder.
Yeah, I mean, he was
but still the movement, though.
Yeah, 99-mile-an-hour two-seamers. 3-2 again. Castillo is having a good time. I mean, he keeps smiling after every swing. I mean, you gotta have a good time playing the game, but it's really been interesting to watch. I don't know if he's having a conversation with Nick. And yet again, 3-2. And yet again, a foul ball. My guess is Justin Miller will get the victory for the Rockies. This holds up. Jorge De La Rosa couldn't get that final out in the 5th inning, so he's not eligible for the victory. Justin Miller went an inning and a third. And ball 4. So Castillo will walk with 2 outs, and that'll bring up Peralta. Peralta tonight, a pair of singles and a pair of strikeouts. That's a base hit.
Ricky Weeks Jr.
Yeah, Ricky was a minor league, was signed as a minor league, signed to a minor league deal, minor league free agent. Ricky, longtime big leaguer with the Milwaukee Brewers, former All-Star, in fact. And this is what you didn't want to have happen with a 5-run lead, have to get your closer up.
No, it's not. But this is where he also has to be smart in how he prepares and what he's going through down there.
And he's a seasoned pitcher out of the bullpen, so I'm sure he will. Two outs, two on. Ricky Weeks at the plate, and it's grounded foul.
Arizona on the night, 2 for 9 with runners in scoring position. Make it 2 for 10 and let's shake hands and call it a night.
And he's 1 strike away. 0-2 on Ricky Weeks. Castillo at second and Peralta at first. Here's the 0-2. Swung on and missed. Ball game over. And a terrific start to the 2016 season for the Colorado Rockies. A 10-5 victory at Chase Field over the Arizona Diamondbacks. Trevor Story, a big story. 2 home runs in his major league debut, 4 RBIs. Justin Miller gets the victory. Zach Greinke takes the loss. Greinke knocked out after 4 innings. He gave up 7 runs on 9 hits. What a gratifying victory, and what should not be lost in part of the story, the work of the bullpen tonight, picking up 4 1/3 shutout innings by that new bullpen.
And only gave up 4 hits in the process, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. So you had some guys like Boone Logan an inning and 2/3, Justin Miller an inning and 1/3, Qualls and then Castro to finish it up. Very nice night.
Yeah, very nice night. A lot of good things to talk about. Long list for Mark Stout and Corey Sullivan. Gentlemen, all yours.
48,165. And to the next one, 5 tonight. So be sure to stop by Taco Bell.